So Dash isn't lying on the floor, right? So this is we're starting the session the next day after a short rest, and I think somebody leveled up.
Who leveled up?
Did Luke roll another 1 or 2 on hit points or something? I think
I
remember something about that.
Roll a 1. No, he's not there yet. He's got
I'd had 4 doubles by the end of that last session, and I was just bloody lost in fits and giggles.
No, we're on the level 7 now, so I don't think anyone leveled up, did they?
I think he was quite late, but
yeah, he leveled up.
Well, no, there might have been the start of that.
Session.
Yeah, beginning of the last session.
Yeah, he leveled up. He leveled up the last session. So okay, so what we've got now is we're on Thursday, 27th of Summer's Eve, and this evening you've arranged to meet with Sergeant Jim Bannerman in the Watchman, but you've got nothing specific that you need to do today. So what are you planning?
We need to get about 4 days of rest in before.
Did our wagon get
one day
painted blue? Is that right?
Yeah. You've still got to paint the wagon. You've got some painting to do.
I thought it was painted blue already, or is just the paint showing up?
Remember though, we got given the paint by the grasp, and it's an earthy color. What was it?
Yeah.
It's an earthy kind of yellow.
Yeah, like a piss yellow, sort of brown. Like
I think we should find some.
It's like kidney problems yellow. So we need to
find some other paint.
Find some other paint. Some paint that describes us as people. So maybe snot green.
We should we should throw it all over the building that we're going to attack, so they know it's from the crowd.
Or just paint like a crook on their door or something. Like
just put a big hand like in a clench like that.
We're coming for you. We're coming for your firstborn. Just give them a little.
What was it? They've got a symbol or something. We just paint that and then a big penis over the top of it.
Yeah.
It's a classic.
Okay, can we get some more background, because I've forgotten what happened. I think I was drinking quite heavily in the last adventure.
Okay, so last adventure, you were just minding your own business in the Tarathian inn and stable, and two women came and visited, and it turned out they were undead.
That's right. And then we got that photo.
If you're struggling to remember it, it's probably blood loss, because you were out for a lot of that.
Yeah, I was up and down like a yo-yo. I died more times in that adventure than all other campaigns combined.
Yeah, so were the healers were both bloody
the
one would heal the other and then get knocked out.
Well, the healers spent the first part of the fight healing each other because our tank just,
okay, and then
wasn't tanking. It was more.
We got taxed by the innkeeper for damages, right?
Yeah. What do you call a tank that doesn't tank?
And even the guard said he was taking the piss with us. I think it's just smart play.
Maybe we should save the yellow paint for the innkeeper.
Yeah, that bucket of piss was priceless, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay,
cool. There's one other thing I found hilarious as well. I can't remember what the second one was. I can just remember the bucket of piss.
Yeah,
lay it into the guy.
Well, the thing is, someone was charring the door frame with a flaming sphere.
Yeah, and so someone ran in and threw a bucket of piss on Dash.
Oh, that's right.
And when you think about it, like in reality, a bucket of piss, even in an inn, is going to have like half a liter or something.
Well,
a couple of cups.
You don't know how long it's been between him emptying it and not, but holy shit, how much would he have had to been drinking to fill that bucket up? Like it
was definitely more than half a liter.
It's just that denotes some type of issue with that guy.
Okay, so we survive. We stay the night there. We get up the next day,
and that's where we are now.
Yep. And we're still waiting on Aragon's armor. And we got invited to some fancy ball in which we need to make sure that Bannofix has a shower and buy some new clothes.
Well, I also don't have ball clothes. I need a ball dress.
Yeah.
Okay. So the thing is, right? Okay. So you've got a note from the Lord Inquisitor which says, "First of leaf with a court reception invitation for the 4 bearers of this note."
So that's 4 days away, isn't it?
No.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he said it was the 27th. Well, yeah, it depends how many days in the
We've got 4 days. And
So that's
but
just
this
enough
evening,
time
this
for
evening, you're
Dash not
meeting
to
with
get.
Jim in the Watchman. So what do you want to do? You want to just like take
We
the
want
wagon and rest up, or
yeah, but we also want to change ins periodically. We might talk to we might stay there for the day and then talk to Bannerman at night about somewhere safe. Even if we
okay?
find somewhere to park the wagon up, and he's got a
Didn't
mate's house we can crash out for a couple of days, and he sneaks us in there. Or
Didn't we confess to Bannerman what our plans were?
actually, why don't
No,
we?
it
Yeah, why don't
wasn't-
we
it wasn't
bribe a
Bannerman.
guardsman like 5 gold to
It was
or
Bannerman,
10
wasn't
gold to
No.
move out for a few days.
Bannerman's just the sergeant.
Give us a house. We
It
can.
was the Inquisitor we spoke to.
it? The Inquisitor, we told them what our plans were to basically get some vengeance on behalf of the Grasp or something. And then what did the Inquisitor
Nah,
say?
well, yeah, no, we've got the. He was in the pocket of the Binny Hill Boys.
We think.
Banner Hill Boys, sorry.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
think.
But didn't
Yeah,
we,
so we definitely didn't tell him about that part of the plan.
No,
Oh,
we didn't tell him what we were going to do with the grasp, but we did tell him that we kind of.
I thought we did.
I thought we discussed a little bit about it. That there was
Yeah.
the grasp was explaining like our concerns, but we didn't say that we were going to go kill a bunch of Binny Hill Boys. I don't think that's what we said.
No, yeah, I think
Douglas
might have mentioned
Dougal
Biter
knows
was a
because
dick.
he's listened back. What did we tell the Inquisitor?
We're waking up the next morning, a little hungover, a little tired after fighting. We'd like to know what it is that we said.
everyone's like, oh, what did Neil say?
Oh, what the fuck did
Just
Neil
like
say?
real life.
You didn't tell him. You didn't tell him you were planning to go and attack the Binny Hill Bar
Okay.
and assassinate people there. You didn't tell him that.
I thought we did tell him something about
Well,
our comings and goings.
We definitely told him. Well, we knew he knew a bit, so I think we definitely told him about how we'd actually met with the Grasp, and they had.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
We
So he
didn't
warned
tell
you.
him we were.
He tried to warn you off the grasp.
Yeah,
and he did give you the impression of being fine with the Binny Hill Boys.
yeah. So it could be
which you thought seemed a bit odd.
Could be risky. We definitely want to kill Biter and stuff, but we might not want to antagonize the
Oh,
Binny Hill Boys all that much. Although it's tempting to draw a big penis on that end.
We also obviously, if he's in league with it, he gave us the description that the Binny Hill Boys were more like a protection outfit, and the Grasp were the true criminals, whatever the hell that means, because criminals are criminals. But also,
I can imagine the criminal organization that Neil founded getting up to just the worst of the worst.
Yeah, just wrongins from top to bottom. But
like
also,
all shades of badness, eh?
if you remember when we had a look at the list of people that were supposed to be killed, it was a lot. That there was all the prozzies at Heroes Palace, which is run by the Grasp, right?
Yeah.
So it was that list seemed antagonistic towards the Grasp.
You know your armor, Aragin. Will it be ready before the event?
I'm not going to go to the ball in the armor though.
Well, let's just think though. This is Doug's campaign, right? He'd just get us all into some fancy clothes, and then he'd just drop hell on us.
True, but what's the alternative? You can't rock up there in a full fucking suit of armor and a helmet.
No, he's got
like sipping on a glass of
massive polearm. Just get carried around.
He could be our bodyguard.
I suspect that would be.
I'm the one with the ties to nobility, you poor bastard.
Well, mine.
Well, your father was a sheriff or something, wasn't he? Was he even a knight?
But I mean, your mother's probably had a lot of nobility in that. It's not really. I will say that.
So nobility or nobility?
Yeah, just the nobility. Yeah, I think though it'd be very insulting if you rocked into the Duke's place carrying a bodyguard because you were didn't trust them to protect you. I think you'd have some questions to answer, so I'm not sure that would
Yeah,
play.
but look,
And I'd also be worried that you were going to assassinate someone important.
Yeah.
Okay,
Turn
but-
up
so
armored.
sorry,
maybe
let's-
not. Maybe
armed
not
to
with
the
a 4'11" bodyguard, but I think
let's just look at
Long
what's
spear.
going on,
Normal
right?
size
We know that there's like a perfect storm of like political intrigue, and there's instability, and there's a sheriff dying in a bed. Sorry, a duke dying in a bed. At some point,
which does leave like who better to assume the role of the Duke than someone already close to him. So if the Inquisitor is the one kind of in league with someone and responsible for this list, that would also fit with that he's on the kind of anti-grasp. Like I would just kill off all them at the same time.
Yeah, that's possible. But why would our names be on it? It doesn't. Hey, side note: if you want, I can sneak into the Duke's room and finish him off.
Because maybe I'm
See what
really
happens.
no, you can't. You're not
maybe
very
I'm
sneaky.
maybe I'm the Duke's son. I'm not
Oh,
really.
you're gonna crawl in.
There's a spider. I'll be a spider. I'll just, yeah.
I love bite.
It seems like a slightly damp pillow would take care of the job for the most part. Really that sick. So we can see. Okay, probably not a serious question, but I could do it. Could see what happens.
Well, the thing is, something bad could happen at some event where everyone's there anyway, right?
Yep.
Like it's a perfect gathering.
What were you
Something bad
suggesting
could
you did
happen.
then? I lost that. Were you going to polymorph into a pillow and try and suffocate the Duke in
I'm
the
not
sleep?
gonna
I was like, wait a second, I missed
Okay,
something.
wait. There are steps in between. Yes, polymorph was involved. No, I can't polymorph myself into a pillow and just lie across it. I will hold the pillow down, or just
You could be like a cat that just kind of covers
Yeah.
the nose and mouth.
yeah. Actually, I could get up into the bed and polymorph myself into like a walrus and just like. But then I would have some explaining to do because that would be my last polymorph, and I'd just be standing there next to the Duke who just died.
Okay,
Look.
so what's the special occasion of this ball? Do we know?
I think so.
It was a social event. We're not sure if it's like an annual event or someone's wedding or anything like that.
It's just said a reception invitation.
Okay.
So it might not be anything especially special.
Okay, so we don't need to rock up with gifts.
So can I ask?
No
if,
one mentioned gifts.
Can I ask if you? Why the fuck? No, we're not rocking up with. Well, I'm not rocking up with gifts anyway. Okay, so let's run through this logically. Yeah, we've got the Inquisitor who seems to be a little bit of a fan of the Binny Hill Boys and would like us to deal with the Grasp. We've got the Grasp who seems to be a fan of killing the Binny Hill Boys in any way, shape, or form. Binny Hill Boys doesn't seem to like us very much.
So clarification there. Clarification there. The Grasp weren't asking you to attack the Binny Hill Boys directly.
Right.
They
didn't want to.
They were suggesting Garrett's gang.
Okay, so Garrett's gang. So that feels pretty.
Garrett's gang, who seems to have some association with the Binny Hill Boys, but aren't necessarily members of the Binny Hill Boys. And they thought that might be quite good to weaken the Binny Hill Boys without actually
starting a war.
And I'm very keen to do that.
Escalating excessively.
I'm always down to kill some random people. So let's pause that for a second. Your mum who nicked off with whatever artifact, that was stolen from the Grasp. Yes. Okay. So she nicked off from the Grasp. So the Grasp were the one that trying to track her down. All the way up north where we were heading, yeah? Now, when we were up there, we found that list off of the tiger thing.
Yeah, the assassin type guy.
Yeah. Now, what was he? How was he? I forget why we were chasing him in the first place.
Well, we just came across him. It was that bloody
wagon
being pulled by the nightmares.
Right, the earthquake. It was actually unfortunate that you guys didn't stop me doing that. So we'll share some blame. So
it was mainly Luke's fault. He bloody rolled the perception check and saw through it, didn't he, or something? But
something like that. Yeah. So if he just left us in ignorance, we would have been good. He's not here. It's your fault, Luke. If you're watching this later. As far as where it was heading, so at that point we were hunting for the nursemaid, the couple of hags, right? Stumbled across this guy, got into a fight, dealt with him for the most part, and then found this list. These guys were heading up north, yeah. in their wagon full of monies.
Yep, they were probably going for Aragon's father, who they had that dream where they saw him die.
Was that
And he
was that
also-
further north? Because we were heading south from after we met him,
Yeah.
right? He was close to Greystone, yeah?
We had that dream just after, like a day or two after we
So
we assume he died.
So Sir David Gregory, Sheriff from Greystone, is one that wants dead. Aragin and Maynard dead. Sheriff of Tarathian is wanted dead. Son of the above is wanted dead.
Who's the Sheriff of Tarathian?
Audrey Somerville, but he is dead. Got a big line through it.
Some of those.
Who's his son?
Their whole family got wiped
Yeah,
out.
and Peter Somerville, Susan Somerville. Was that the family? Yeah, was that the poisoning?
Yes, that was the big poisoning, I think.
Right, and so we were trying to find out who the the maid that was there, and she got sent off with that lady friend of ours down to your home estates, Aragin. I think that's the case. Now, my dad is on there, Bannox, Shepherd, and Arbiter. Lady, now
is he crossed
so
off?
No, he's not. He's got a question mark. Oh, he might be crossed off. We found a dead sheep, if you remember back in the house. Now, think about it this way: what the fuck is my old man, who's a Kaylayjah, got to do with any of the above? If it's a succession, what the hell's he got to do with that? Right? So, you've got the Kaylayjah they want killed there. You've got Sir Sheriff of... I can't read that last. Something or other? Sir Kenneth...
Can I help?
Yeah.
What are we on?
Sir Kenneth, Sheriff of Annanlisle.
Annanlisle, right?
Now, you remember this guy, right? He was... He had been like ripped to pieces.
In that tower.
In the tower in Annanlisle.
Right.
By werewolves. And the door was locked.
By werewolves, right? We suggested.
Yeah, we think they climbed up the side of the tower and came in his window and savaged him because weren't there claw marks or something?
Now, if that's the case, it's the Medine, yeah.
Well, it looked like he'd been ripped apart by claws, but his door was closed and the window of his bedroom was open.
Okay, and it could have been this tiger dude, right? So this, yeah, because we found this before we met the tiger dude. So okay, so this guy was killed. No idea what his affiliation was. Lady Meredith married to Sheriff of Arbiter. So wait, Lady Meredith. Where did we know Lady Meredith from?
From Avatar.
That's basically Dash's stepmom.
Correct, but that's not to be confused with Morrow's family.
No. So
because Morrow's family.
So Lady Meredith is basically Aragin and Maynard's adopted mother.
Yeah, and she's the one. She's the one that took away the servant that of the poisoning, right? Yep, she took her south, so she took her back south. And you've got the Walter, James, and Eleanor. By the way, if I ever have a son, I'm never naming it Walter. Like what a pussy name.
Yeah, I noticed that a while back.
But anyway, okay, so the family is to be wiped out. So that looks succession related.
No, but the sheriff's not. The sheriff's not. The sheriff of Avatar himself is not on the list, right?
No.
Neither is his illegitimate son Dash.
It is interesting.
That's true, but that might just be the third page that we don't have.
Yeah, it could be on the other page.
There's an orc named Grenag, Blackened Hand tribe leader.
There was a ripped out page in the book, wasn't there?
Yeah, there's a dead orc as well.
But surely, if you're going to write the Sheriff of Arbiter, you'd then write the wife next.
And then you've got all of the orcs. Yeah, you would.
Other families are grouped.
Yeah, the Sheriff of Arbiter is not there. So, okay, all children of... Well, okay, that's the point. Lady Meredith married the sheriff after what? What did Lady Meredith do beforehand? Who did she stop?
She was not married to anyone else before.
Yeah, but she was promiscuous, right?
You're like, you know that for a fact.
Okay. Was she getting around the place, though? Was she having some kids with some...
It's not a rumor you've heard.
Okay. I'll ask her next time.
So far as you know, she's her background is entirely respectable.
I'll ask her next time. Putting it about the place, love. Whose are these kids?
We just need to
sheriffs?
clarify the list for the list.
So all children of the orc, then the half orc randomly in Greystone, Catherine Morris, peasant woman in Etchwood.
We haven't even been to Etchwood yet, have we?
No, and 3 or 4 younger Morris children in Etchwood. Catherine Morris.
There was an apprentice in Dunskara who
died.
I was the son of that peasant woman.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a good point. Like
Tabitha Morrow lady.
we could potentially go to Etchwood and just hope that the Tiger Man's not going to go there last on his list.
I suspect. Well, there's all the Whores and Heroes players. We could interview all of them. But we've also been told not to go there again.
We could just stay there and protect them for the next 6 months to a year.
I don't think Dash is allowed back there for certain reasons. But
well, welcome back.
And all right, well, it's not the rumor
that was blocking that nice woman's exit from our the nice girl that we moved you aside so she could leave.
But I wanted to like silence her permanently. You were talking about some other weird shit.
So the only reason you've been told not to go back there is to disassociate a connection between you and the grasp ahead of you attacking Garrett's gang.
Right. Now,
so it's not like you're banned. It's more like keep a low profile.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
So, and Dash's mum's named Ruby, right?
Yeah, but it's
called. So, do you want to know what's interesting about this list? You see Anne Black, ex-whore, now Kidderton. So, he mentions that this woman here is an ex-whore, but Dash's mum clearly still.
Well, maybe. Yeah, that's a really good point.
What do you mean still?
Well, it doesn't say ex.
The others who have given up the profession have been noted.
So she's still spading her way up north. Like, that's what's happening. But also the flip side of that too is that it might be that she's so well known that pointing out that she's an ex-whore isn't really required, right? Because everybody knows Ruby.
Seems doubtful.
Yeah, it's the other way. If we know it's the other way, I'm just giving a bit of it out. So okay, and so your sister, is it actually your sister?
That's the bottom
young
one,
daughter
right?
The very bottom one.
So far we've got targeting the Kaylayjah, and we've got targeting a few people who possibly could be in the line of succession, but we've got wiping out bloodlines.
Did the sheriff of...
the whole thing is listed as wiping out bloodlines because it's not just about a person; it's about kids. So what's the bloodline they're trying to wipe out?
So where's the sheriff of Arbiter in succession, and does he hate the Kaylayjah? Has he always had a distaste for Bannofix? Probably.
Who?
No, the sheriff of Arbiter is obviously, well, you know who that is, right?
Yeah, my adopted father.
Yeah. He's had nothing to do with the Kaylayjah, but he okay, now
so it's ridiculously expensive.
Bannox is just a peasant, right? But because Ryman Castle is very small, everyone knows each other pretty well. And Sir Bellingham always got on pretty well with Bannock. And if there's any problem with animals, he'd send for Bannock. Now, no one had heard of the Kaylayjah, apart from maybe Bannofix, but no one had heard of the Kaylayjah until recently. Okay, right. Apart from Bannox. So, sorry, Bannofix. So Sir Bellingham might not know anything about the Kaylayjah. He wouldn't have known that Bannock was a member of the Kaylayjah.
Now,
probably,
it's
so far
highly
as
suspicious that he's not on the list, though. I think we should go and kill him.
Was it who? My old man?
No, Sir Roger Bellingham.
Oh,
why isn't he on the list?
You're thinking about filling in the blanks of this list. I mean, I don't mind that idea. Kill everybody else that's not on the list and see what happens.
He's behind it. Where's he in the line of succession if everyone else on the list gets? Maybe just doesn't, and obviously if he's going to be Duke, he has to wipe out every whore because we know he's been consorting with whores, doesn't he? Or was that, no, wait, who was that?
Oh,
Yeah,
well.
no, yeah, he's Dash's father, right?
Who? Which one?
So it is him.
Who?
Because when he's
Belland?
Duke, he can't have the halls of Tarathian City telling everyone that he used to lay with them all. So that's why he wants them all dead.
I don't know. I feel like being a Duke, it's kind of like, yeah, bed some horse. It's not really a big deal. I don't know. It depends. I guess it depends on what type of
So
image.
he is like possibly he is in the line of succession, but he's certainly not in the first few dozen people.
Yeah, but there's a few dozen people on this list. Hey,
Yeah, true.
I just want to throw out a different scenario. What happens if Ruby stole something that was of immense power, but could only be wielded by a specific bloodline? And these are the people
or
who are
it
on the list.
does.
Anybody that
And
was
a lot of
related
us
to...
are connected to that
I'm
bloodline, I think.
That's right. I'm assuming it's Bannox, because Bannox the type of person that, bloodlines matter and could wield something powerful. It's probably not going to be Olan, I don't imagine, and certainly not Varen.
He's also the kind of person that stupidly cursed his children for all the time.
Unless Varen's got
by
like
doing something ridiculous.
a wand of STDs or something. That might be a thing that Varen could wield.
Like check for letters in the letterbox, that type of stuff, eh? So what we know though is we think that Ruby went up north with some relic, possibly an Axon Mandus relic, because that name came up when Morrow was trying to value it.
Yeah.
So we think that there's some incredibly powerful magic item that everyone wants to get their hands on, and she fled with it.
And what happens if this group of people are the people that could use it, that are on this list, and they're going through and wiping them out because they're all related to someone who connected with Axon Mandus in the past, like one of our previous party groups?
Yeah, is Sir Roger Bellingham, was he on the Bannox family tree? Was he ever on there?
Well, Bannox did a lot of fucking, so let me have a look.
Where is that one? Is that a history of the band?
Being wiped out. Her bloodline.
Where is the bloodline? Is it biography?
Yeah, is that thing on there?
History.
So go to history, right?
Chronology.
Go to history, and then
genealogy of the.
And then there's genealogy. There's genealogy of the Tarathian aristocracy, which is a fairly small one. Oh no, sorry, there are two. There are two there.
And then there's Sir Bannox of Grey. You see, you look at Duke Andrew Tarathian. This guy's not a fucker. It's like a very small list. Then you go down to Sir Bannox of Greystone, and it's just everywhere. he's just stopping everything.
Yeah, including with the bloody
orcs. Yeah,
orcs.
Right, let's have a look at the bottom. Oh, look. No,
for a second I was there.
Because it's not Walter, it's Walter. Look, Walter, James, Catherine, the very bottom. Who was
yeah. So water, the water is obviously a misspelling. Right?
Yeah. So look down there.
I mean, you know this guy. He is.
Oh,
basically Aragin's.
This is it. This is it.
Stepbrother.
Look at Somerville on the right hand side at the bottom of Bannox Greystone, right?
Yeah.
You've got Audrey Somerville, Peter, Susan, Edmund, Lucy. Then go up to the Rakshas's list, and you've got Audrey Somerville, Peter Somerville, Susan Somerville. Then you look down at the bottom, and you've got Walter, James, Eleanor, Lady Meredith. Look at the bottom left-hand side. You've got Lady Meredith, Peter, Eleanor, Walter, James, Catherine. This is a list of wiping out Sir Bannox's family tree. I'm right, aren't I, Dux? That's what this list is about. Now, if you look at the orc side of things,
Descendants.
Black Hand Tribe on the left-hand side, Ragnar the Half-Orc down to Blackenhand Tribe, and you've got the Blackenhand Tribe leaders down there, all children of the Orc, Vadahar, Blackenhand. I'm assuming that's... Well, I guess it's got Blackenhand Tribe, so there's probably not a census being taken to the Blackenhand Tribe. But
see, I think he knew that Bannox was just so filthy he could have slept with so many of the orcs.
Yeah, he just had
to be sure.
To be sure, we just got to wipe out the whole lot because he's Genghis Khan, that fucking tribe, right? So that's it. They're wiping out the Bannox tree, which means Bannox bloodline has something to do with that magical item that's been carried north. Now, if Bannox was Lord of Greystone in the end, at some point, which I was, wasn't I? Wasn't that the end of my tale? Then I think so. regardless, if I'm Ruby, I'm hauling my very overworked tits up north with this magical item to see if I can put it in the hands of somebody that's related to Bannox. If I'm right, by the way, Dogs, I'm gonna need some XP. Okay. So what does that mean? It means that I'm related. Shit, I'm related to Bannox. So I'm pretty much a big deal. Because if Bannox, Shepherd, and it doesn't mean that everybody in this list needs to be related. It might be a bunch of people that are on the list that are related, and some of them that know what the deal is behind why people related are being killed.
Okay, hold on.
So why is one of
No
them
one's ever
related?
told you how you got the name Bannofix, right?
No.
It is highly
Okay,
suspicious.
but I can see the link in here in the two in the genealogy, right? So if you look up the top, basically all descendants of Lady Mary of Greystone, tree down into Meredith and everyone who's on the hit list, right?
Yeah.
So Lady Mary of Greystone is also up the top genealogy chart as a descendant of John Auberville. And so Lady Mary of Greystone is at the same level as the Duke that's currently running Tarathian. So it makes sense that anyone who's a descendant of Lady Mary has a claim.
But like Lady Mary is
the poet of the North.
Yeah, that's true. But obviously that's a pretty distant claim.
Yeah, but it's there.
It's there.
Yeah.
Now, obviously these charts are just you don't have this written down, but Maynard has Maynard's a bard. He has memorized all this, so he can basically explain all this, right? So you're looking at it written down on paper. Your characters don't have that, but Maynard does know all this. Now, obviously, there'll be family trees will be more complicated than what's written down. Okay, so there will be. I mean, if you're looking at Lady Mary of Greystone, born in 1175, you are. I mean, that is a fairly tenuous link.
Well, and Lady Greystone as well. Further up.
I mean, she's got a lot of descendants, right? But there are other descendants of, like, John d'Auberville, the 12th Duke, who was Duke during the time of Bannofix and Olan and Varon and Reed. Or is that actually true, or was it William d'Auberville? Sorry, I'm not even 100%.
Well, I don't think it's to do with succession, man. Even if you look at Sir Anthony Gregory and Sir David Gregory's on the list. So is Aragin, son of David Gregory, and so is Maynard, son of David Gregory. Somervilles are all on the list. Bannock, I don't actually see Bannock here, so clearly I'm related in some way, probably to Bannoxina.
I figured it would be under the Agnes the, how do you say that one? Agnes the Heretic?
Yeah, fair enough.
She wandered off.
I think it's clear my bum was
clearly.
sleeping with the Duke.
Yeah. You what?
I don't know how you get that from
sleeping
this
with the Duke
diagram.
It's not your claim to.
I'm just like, in order to make the hit list for the assassins, you would have to have some link to the Duke, right?
Well, no, not necessarily, because remember, we're saying we're guessing, or I'm guessing, this object of power has something to do with the Bannox bloodline. So it doesn't just mean that you would have to wipe out the Bannox bloodline. You'd also have to wipe out the bitch that seems to be stealing your shit. But that doesn't actually mean that the daughter might not be related to the Duke, potentially, if she has been stooping the nobility. Or she could have just been laying down with anybody on this tree. Anybody that's related to Bannox. Which means kill her, take her shit, and also kill her offspring, because it's probably related to Bannox in somehow. That's my theory on it. Because everybody on this list must be connected in some way. They're killing off a whole bunch of children. Now, the question is, that nursemaid, has she been tasked with going around and nicking all the related children? Like, is that why she's stealing off with kids?
Yeah.
And is anybody on this crossed off list, Diggs, would we know, is anybody on this crossed off list actually been stolen by the nursemaid? Or has she got page 3? Is she the one operating off of page 3?
So why isn't Catherine on this list either? So
the children stolen by the nursemaid the only children who were successfully stolen by the nursemaid were Marigenti children from Silver Falls.
Right.
Now, obviously, the nursemaid did try to steal other children, and I think she killed one from Three Waters.
Yeah.
And she tried to steal children from Dunskara. So far as you know, none of these children that she stole or tried to steal have any connection to any of these genealogy charts.
Right.
But obviously, there could be some connection you just can't know about, or
Yeah. Well, there is a page 3.
Nothing springs to mind.
Nursemaid could have page 3 and working through the children. Just don't know.
But like you see, if you look at Sir David Gregory and Meredith's children, Peter died as a baby, but Catherine, it must be about 1280.
Yeah, where is Catherine on this
Catherine's
list?
not on the list.
But there is a list 3, but you would put them under the. That's right. Where is Catherine on this list?
And why is Sir?
So the current year is 1262. Does that help?
She's 1261.
Oh, no, she's 1 year old.
She's
So
1 year old.
May have got her.
May not know about her. Well, this list may have been created beforehand. Maybe.
It's 1262.
Wait, so Dash isn't on this list, right?
The nursemaid could be. No, I'm not on page 104, but the nursemaid could be snatching up these very young 1262.
But yeah,
But who's your dad?
If Ruby's on, Ruby's on the
no,
list.
but the daughter might be related to Bannox, but he might not be. Well, who's your dad again?
Because his dad is my adopted father, the sheriff of Arbiter. He's not
on the list, but Lady Meredith is. So the sheriff of Arbiter, that's why.
Because he's not. Yeah.
So Ruby definitely got connected with somebody on this list, but the sheriff of Arbiter is not, and is not a descendant.
Okay, so just like you probably already know this, but the daughter, Ruby's daughter, the father is a grasp guy who's now dead called Balor.
Is he on this list?
He's the guy who got killed in the alleyway, and
how did he
Richard,
die?
He got beat that night where they were valuing the Axonandus relic. He got caught up and ended up being a body kind of found in the morning, and Richard came in, and there was we got kind of left there on our own, so we fled south. I fled south.
Yeah.
Yeah, is he the father of, is the dead guy the father of Ruby? Ruby's daughter.
Richard and Ruby.
Richard's not on this
list. Yes, he was.
But if that's the case, then it would be Ruby who had Bannox's blood, which would explain why she was a whore. But then why isn't Dash on the list? Why is only the young daughter? If it's coming from the mother's side, then Dash should be on there too.
Unless Balor is on the other page. Unless Balor's on one of the other pages.
But then why would the mother be on there?
Do you think we should try to?
Because she might be the one with the artifact. Like they're
missing pages.
Really snicked off with the artifact. But
we did perception checks, right? Do you think we could find someone in Tarathian that could help us look for like indented writing on the paper? Maybe like
touch with some forger or something who's got some
transfer
skills.
the ink through into like another page to show the.
Yeah, there was a clever idea. You tried it, and you couldn't make out anything.
Yeah, but that's
you couldn't make out. You couldn't read anything.
We failed our checks. Could some forger maybe like find the indents in the paper and go recreate and backwards?
Yeah, someone with a proper pencil and some tracing paper.
Yeah, the third page might just say property of Dash, then we're gonna fucking kill you.
Yeah, like tracing paper and just like run over the top of it until the names show through.
Yeah, that's what they do in spy movies, but it's not tracing paper.
Can't think it works.
That's called a roughing. You do that on like gravestones and stuff. No, that's like putting it on the next page over, just directly on the page itself. A pencil.
Hey, I'm just trying to be a solutions guy. I don't know what the solution is.
Okay.
I'm trying to come up with ideas.
I'm trying to gently let you down through your bad ideas until we find a good one.
I'm happy not to be on the list.
Not on this page.
Yeah.
We've definitely you've cracked something there about the Descendants thing. That was a good joining of the dots. But we still haven't. We definitely just want to rest, paint a wagon, get the armor fitted. But do we want to go to the ball at the end of it?
Is Bannofix a descendant?
Here's a question though. If this is
The ball's a
descendant-
few days off.
no. Doug's just said I have a question why I'm called Bannofix, and so I'm assuming I am. But here's the thing: it's also got all the halls in Hero's Palace. Now that's really low probability that everybody related to Bannofix has just ended up a whore and just moved to Hero's Palace. That doesn't feel right.
Back in a sec.
Unless one of Varen's descendants' job was to round up my kids and get them into the life. Like that doesn't.
Oh, well, how come you don't? How come
Well,
you're not?
maybe 100 years ago, you caused all of the halls in Hero's Palace to have children, and they've followed in the footsteps.
Yeah. But actually,
they grew up in that kind of life.
But actually, that is a good point. If there's one or two people on this list that frequent Hero's Palace, then they can't be sure of who the kids are that are related. So kill everybody.
Is Bannofix on this list, or your
No,
dad? He's not,
my dad is, but I might be.
Where's he?
Bannox, Shepherd, and Arbiter on the left middle between the ruled out lines.
Okay, but your name's not on the Bannox of Greystone genealogy chart. How come?
Don't know.
Well, neither is the Shepherd. That's why I wonder if, because clearly Agnes the Heretic.
Where is Agnes?
Agnes the Heretic. Is that your dad?
She would be about 53.
Disappeared upon excommunication. Believed dead.
Clearly, she was into
that's
druidy
your
shit.
dad with a different name.
Do I know if I have an Agnes in my past?
Is
Agnes a female name or a male name?
Agnes is a AGNES is a female name. Yes, for sure.
It's hard to tell. You're Scottish.
So she would be about 53, wouldn't she? Because 63, if she's still alive.
Back in a sec.
Because it must be about 1280.
Are we talking about Agnes the Heretic?
Yes. We think that could be
Bannofix's mum.
Parents.
Or possibly grandmother.
Because of the little notes that are written on there saying disappeared upon excommunication, believed dead. Makes sense. How we could have ended up with such a low charisma shepherd with a similar name.
But then if Bannock the Shepherd is on there, why is Bannofix not?
So that means your great grandma's Bannoxina.
It just sounds like a horribly uncharismatic line.
Yeah. But they're still probably going to want to wipe it out.
And also, it just seems like Bannoxina seemed to have. She just spawned children without a partner.
Obviously, this isn't completely correct.
No.
Sorry, with Sir Mark Stratton.
Yeah. Okay, so Bannofix. Shall we wait? I kind of want to wait till he's back. Hopefully, it's not long.
We're tracing him onto the tree and then onto the hit list.
Yeah.
That's quite scary, when you realize you're like cousins with the Somervilles and they're all dead. And you're like, oh no.
That's not a revelation, right? That's something you knew right from early on that they were cousins.
We didn't. I didn't really have a clear line of sight of Bannofix's heritage here, which I think he's now. He must be like a cousin of Audrey Somerville or something that no one knows about.
How far off is Bannox? Do we know? We don't know.
trust Bannofix's parents to get excommunicated. It's like it couldn't be any. It couldn't be like the apple just doesn't fall far from the tree.
Okay, we'll have to tell him when he gets back. And Bannofix, can someone roll me a d20?
Yes. Okay, I've rolled. Oh, 3. That's not good.
Okay. So Bannofix recalls he never met her, but Bannofix recalls his father's mother was called Agnes.
Oh, we're on to it.
Right.
Good sleuthing.
But what else did he not recall then if that was a 3?
Yeah. He might have
But she died before he was born, or she died before he can remember.
what else did...
Wait, so that's his grandmother.
No, that's
She-
his mother.
Oh, sorry about that.
Was
I'm
that
back.
Bannofix.
Yeah.
Bannofix recalls that his father's mother, whom he never knew, right? He never knew her, but her
Outside
name
of
was
his grandmother.
Agnes.
Agnes.
And she
Yes.
got excommunicated for what, like having sex with a druid in wild shape form or something? It must have been something bad.
I'm assuming she just turned into like a bear or something, you know, nothing so nefarious. Unless she was out as a bear in the woods one day and one of your relations came up and tried to have its way with her, and then she was hella surprised and out came Bannox. I think, okay, so we've got the story now. So it's wiping out the line of Bannox. I want to thank you, Dougs, for
And some-
attempting to wipe out Bannox's genetic line. Good luck with that, though, because he went
Yeah, I
far
think-
afield.
Oh,
I reckon it's probably the grasp because it sounds like something Varen would have initiated.
I tell you what I'm going to do now. As a person who's part of a dwindling genetic pool, I'm going to have to get about the place. That's my job. I'm going to have to
Oh.
spread.
Yeah, the problem is that's not going to be an
there's
easy.
been no
job.
lack of trying to date.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
not
the
gonna-
hags aren't keen. The undead hags.
Like,
Okay, Maynard, who's still pretty wiped out from the battle yesterday. He says, "What's the relationship to the curse of Exomandus?"
Sorry, who says that?
Maynard.
Oh, it means it's coming down the family tree.
we know. But it's not a case of...
You checked your letterbox?
I don't think it's a case of... There wouldn't be any trying to proactively wipe out a curse. Maybe, like I say, it's related to the item that she took north. So it's got to be related to that something. But what would that mean? What would the item be? What would it...
Like it could, if it's a relic of his, it could be like a sword or a gem, except I broke the gem, so it could be the sword with Exomandus in it. Like it could actually have the soul of Exomandus in the blade, because I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
It could be, but why would they want a descendant? Why would you want the whole descendant line to be purified?
Because you have a claim, because Sir Bannox of Greystone must have a claim to the throne.
Yeah, but even if that was true, by the time you get down to random Agnes the Heretic, no one's coming forward to make a claim. I don't think this is related to the claim at all. But it can't be, because none of these random ass people at the very end of, unless you're saying they make a claim to that item.
No. I'm thinking that and I'm pretty sure we got this hint somewhere along the way that the Duke is dying and that the forces are moving. Like
Aragin and Maynard are leaving to go and visit the castle and sort out his armor.
Okay.
Yeah, so we got like a bit of a tip off that there's large forces moving. The Wolf, the Maydeen, Basically, everyone's preparing for when the Duke dies, and right up to the point that the entire castle has been basically all the guards and Binny Hillbilly Boys, and they're ready to basically Peter, right? So it makes sense that someone who's aligned with that is basically going after everyone who's got a claim to the throne.
That would be true if there was a bunch of less random people on that list. Unless you're suggesting Bannox has the only real claim, like the line of Bannox has the only real claim to the
he was a
duchy.
big deal. It says here he was the Magnificent.
I mean, he is a big deal. He was a big deal. Historically, he was amazing. But right now, you've got so many disparate groups of people who are in line. I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dukes, knowing what we know about the people who are in line with the throne, they're not all from one specific family group, right?
No, I mean, the thing is, right? Close relatives of Duke Andrew, or at least legitimate close relatives of Duke Andrew, are all dead. Okay, so there may be plenty of illegitimate relatives. I mean, an illegitimate relative would have a very tenuous claim to the throne. The close relatives are all dead. So
this is an unclear succession.
The claim to the throne of the duchy is nothing to do with Bannofix. It's the Duke's family. Okay, so now if you go back far enough, the Duke's family has married into some of the descendants of Sir Bannox of Greystone, the Magnificent. But Sir Bannox of Greystone was never the Duke.
No. So
it was just
kind of
like
my point.
One of the many aristocrats in the duchy.
I think the death of
the Duke... Is that clear?
Yes, it is. So if I'm reading this right, the death of the Duke, especially with no direct and very close relatives, it's just creating a power vacuum for any and all tenuous claims to the duchy to come forward, not specifically anything to do with the line of Bannox. There's going to be a number of people putting their hand up. I don't think that killing the entire line of Bannox would solve the succession situation by any stretch of the imagination, or it certainly wouldn't, correct me if I'm wrong, it wouldn't point to one specific person on the other side of the equation that would logically slip in if the whole line of Bannox was wiped out. So therefore, the story about Bannox's line being wiped out has to be tied to Ruby in that item heading north. The succession is still happening at the same time, potentially. They could be related to each other in some way. And if you're thinking that the succession would be a lot easier if I had this magnificent thing of power that I could use to control a bunch of people or something along those lines, maybe that's something I want to get my hands on. That's a possibility. But I don't think it's got anything to do with... I don't think killing off Bannox is about succession. Directly.
Just before Aragin leaves for the castle,
shouts up at the window.
He's going to point out, where does it say? The Magnificent. So clearly, this whole thing was written by Bannofix.
Well, it's also got
the penny just dropped. I mean, no one else would have called him the Magnificent.
It's also got Bannox the Vain straight after that, so I'm not sure. Maybe it's somebody who kind of liked him and kind of didn't. It's not going to be Varen. It's probably Dave, to be fair. Dave would probably have written this.
But yeah, I think it's connected to, obviously, the Bannox. It's obviously connected to the Bannox family line, and I think you might have touched on something there about the item's probably powerful enough to assist in the succession. Someone like the Inquisitor or someone who might not necessarily have a good blood claim, but if you're in the right place at the right time and you are the most powerful, it's to stop you from proclaiming yourself Duke.
And let's follow that thought path through. If I'm the Inquisitor and I know that my closest connection to finding out where Ruby went with this item was Dash and his little group trying to be tracking her down.
So I do want to go to the ball because Dash will end up in a dungeon again, getting Zone of Truth.
Possibly, yeah. Or whatever else. Maybe assaulted in some way. Either way, I'm going to be a spider watching that shit.
So let's say that this is some relic of Ax and Mandus, which I think it is.
Sounds right.
And
Yeah.
and there's a whole bunch of sort of dark forces trying to get access to the relic in order to
Dark or greedy?
secure the throne, right? So they're seeing it as like a
to be called greedy.
like maybe it's a sword, but or maybe it's just they know that having like this relic is going to be the thing that, as you say, gets them into like, if it is Aximandus as a lich, it's probably going to be enough to take the castle.
Imagine if it's a sort of persuasion, just wearing that thing and then just everybody believes your shit. I know a few politicians who could probably do with that. So imagine something along this like it could be something that helps with the succession.
I can't help but feel that like all roads point towards the Duke dying, and there's just these multiple threads, and they're all heading towards this coronation. And
it sounds like a race against time, though. If they're so desperate to find Ruby in this artifact, because the thing is, if the Duke's old, and you really want a succession to happen, you're just going to knock that bastard off, right? You gotta keep him there until you find the thing that's going to put you in place, potentially. So maybe it is a race against time for them. Whoever they are.
Or maybe someone's just slowly killing him right now. Maybe he's being poisoned, and they just want it to look real.
That's possible.
But they're waiting to finish him off until they get what they need.
Can we test blood, by the way, for poison? Is there any way to test blood? Because I can turn into a mosquito and just give him a fucking sting and take some of the blood out.
Yeah, can we tell if he's been poisoned?
I think you'd have to squash me to get the blood off.
Never actually met him in person.
Yeah, we're not going to get next to the Duke, right?
Well, it's happened before. There was a moment where I could have pushed one of the Dukes off the back.
I know. I know. That's why I thought in this campaign.
What do I do?
Now, here's the thing, and here's what's important to remember. All of us in the group, in theory, could use this weapon, except for Dash.
Which weapon?
Whatever it is. Let's assuming that this relic is a weapon.
It's not going to be finesse.
It could be.
No. I've got I've got dual wielding and 2-weapon fighting, and they don't have to be finesse weapons.
Yeah, know what I mean.
No, but you're shit with anything but a finesse weapon by comparison.
But also, what happens if this relic's not a weapon? Let's just say it's a weaponized item of some type or something useful. Because you're not a relation of Bannofix, I think we've established that. Maybe you might be the only one out of the party that can't use it.
If the magic item is actually connected to Bannofix, it's probably like Bannox. It's probably like a dildo of Rogering or something.
Yeah, it could be. It could be
strap on.
It could be a cock ring of telling the future. So you put it on, and then you get to tell the future. But the thing is, what's going to be funny is when the rest of us are passing it around and using it to our glee, and we're just like filing a Dash.
It's the curse of Aximandus.
Yeah, you're cursed by not being able to use it. I think. Okay.
I think. Okay. Do you think we could go up north, find Ruby before the Duke dies? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have to.
I don't think there's any indication that he's going to snuff it in like the next week.
No.
Where did you get that from?
Bound.
Well, but he's been sick for ages, hasn't he?
I think we go
through these bouts.
I think we need to go to
what
the
are we going to do anyway? We're not powerful enough to stop the events yet.
I think we definitely
that's some 20th level shit.
There could be someone that if you said, look, here's this kill list, what does it all mean? We'd like to help you to make sure that it doesn't happen. We could actually go to try to get someone to fill in
the thing is, there's no argument there, but if we say that to the wrong person, we get killed.
So
maybe not the Inquisitor, eh?
Well, there's a couple of questions that I have, right? So question number 1 is, what did the Grasp know about that item before it headed up north? What did they know about it, and how did they believe? Like, do they know if it was connected to a line of Bannox? Do they know anything about that, or were they just tasked with getting this item somehow? Like, that's the first question I have.
Okay.
The second question I have is, who is hunting for Ruby beyond the Grasp? Like, where does that lead back to?
Well, did anyone?
Okay, so you know, you heard. To be honest, I don't have it at the tip of my tongue. I don't remember exactly, but you have heard that the Binny Hill Boys were also making inquiries in Dunskara.
Right. So Binny Hill Boys making inquiries about Ruby.
And possibly other places. Right?
About Ruby. Well, we know the Grasp was also chasing Ruby down, right?
Yeah, for sure, the Grass, but also the Binny Hill Boys.
Now, if the Inquisitor is with the Binny Hill Boys, and he's caught wind of whatever this was that the Grasp was after, and he's connected with them, he'd be sending them off to try and find out what's going on and trying to get it beforehand. So if he's on the... What if he's on the other side of the equation and there's another player using the Grasp to try and get Ruby back, to get whatever this powerful item is? If he's in the line of succession, he's probably thinking, I need to get there first. So it might be a race to find Ruby. It's kind of what's happening here.
In which case we lost.
Just something else that you may recall. Morrow was up north of. Morrow was in hiding, right, and he was up north of Dunskara when the Nightblade tried to kill him.
The Nightblade was the Grasp, right?
No, the Nightblade he's an independent guy. He's basically a gambler, but he's also a contract assassin.
Okay.
Dash will know this. And Morrow narrowly escaped being killed by Nightblade. But you've seen Nightblade several times since. Like you saw him just a few days ago in Heroes Palace. And he's lost interest in Morrow.
Right, but...
So far as you know, because Morrow, like a couple of months back in game time, Morrow bought him a drink in Heroes Palace, and Nightblade told him he's got nothing to worry about.
So we really need to talk to Nightblade. Potentially.
Yep.
To figure out why that changed.
It might be time to interrogate him.
Because Morrow's on this list. So if they're trying to do a good job, unless they figured out for some reason he isn't related to the people on this list, that's a possibility.
Okay, so by now we're well into the afternoon. You haven't got much painting done. You've still got the yellow paint. Dash was originally thinking about visiting a particular lady at Heroes Palace, but
Crystal.
But he hasn't got around to it yet.
You know her name?
He's still feeling. He's feeling pretty limp.
The stripper love
after all his injuries, and you've got the meeting with Jim scheduled for this evening at the Watchman. Is there anything else you want to do during the day? Aragin and Maynard are now back from an armor fitting session, which took about an hour. So we're talking like mid-afternoon.
Dash and I
did the codpiece get sized down?
It was stretched out, yes.
Well, probably on the saggy ball end, but maybe not the. So we've been resting hard. Dash and I, while we've been talking, have just been lying.
You've been resting hard.
Yeah, we've been talking about ideas.
Some really hard effort at resting.
Like face down, hands by our sides, just resting.
Okay, all right.
So as soon as Aragin and Maynard come back and hear this, we just assume they were having sex with each other 5 minutes before we walked.
yeah, that's right. Because we're like. We're totally sleeping.
I'll give you
Something's been going on here while we were out.
I'll give you the history of Balor, the Balor situation. It says, after a while, Balor and Rigid moved into the small apartment, and Ruby stopped having other visitors. She remained at Heroes Palace, but took a pay cut and switched to mainly cleaning rooms, helping on a bar when required. The apartment had become very crowded all of a sudden, even more so when Amber, Dash's half-sister, was born. Already Dash was thinking about other options when he came home one afternoon after washing dishes at Heroes Palace to find everyone else gone and Rigid shivering in the corner, knife in hand. There was no sign of everyone else. Balor was here. He was in a real panic, literally shaking. I've never seen him like that before. He gave your mother a huge bag of gold and said, it's what I told you about earlier. Take the baby and run. Just get out of town. Go now, he screamed at her. She was crying, but she got everything together in a few minutes and left. He said, I'll meet you in the lawn market in an hour, but go now. If Dash doesn't show up before then, he'll have to take care of himself. He's old enough. And if I don't see you in the lawn market, don't wait too long. Just go and stay gone. Whatever you do, don't come back here. Balor told me to wait here for an hour for him, and we'll be going too. And if you show up, you're to wait here too. But that was much more than an hour ago. What shall we do? Dash and Rigid waited for another hour, and eventually there was a knock on the door, but it was not Balor, it was Scruffy, a professional burglar, pickpocket, and fence, and one of the Balor's associates. Scruffy was associated with one of the criminal gangs in the alley named the Grasp. Scruffy was scared too. Balor's dead. A boy found him in the corner of a side street covered in straw and a blanket with his throat cut. Do you know anything about it? Rigid let out a gasp. After he calmed down enough, he told Scruffy what he knew. Scruffy listened and nodded. Yep, I thought so. I could have seen this one coming. If I was you two boys, I'd get out of town too. I reckon I might be doing that myself for a bit, Dash. You should go and find your mother if you want to stay alive, that is. I don't reckon it's safe to be staying around here too long. Okay, there's a whole lot of other stuff here. Do you want me to keep reading?
Yep.
Scruffy then started shamelessly looting anything visible worth taking in the apartment. After he'd left, Dash took anything left worth taking and made his way to the lawn market. Possibly 3 hours by Rigid's reckoning, maybe even more. There was no sign of Ruby. After a couple hours, it was starting to get pretty late. Dash and Rigid spent a cold night in a corner, but Rigid had some money for food. In the morning, Dash had an idea. Dash would make his way to Avatar and seek the sheriff. Rigid wanted to go with him, but Dash thought this over and decided no, he would just be a liability there. Over the next few weeks, Dash slowly made his way south, sometimes working for a few coins or a meal, sometimes stealing what he needed. Dash stopped in Tarathian for a week where he had solid work with some builders. So there's a whole bunch of stuff here about Dash and the sheriff of Avatar and working around the castle for a couple years. He owns a wooden hut near the inn. It's tiny and it's basic. A few days ago, okay, hold on. A few days ago, a familiar voice appeared in the inn. It was Rigid from Tarathian City, more mature, well-dressed, and confident. Okay, this is after quite some time has passed, right? Maybe over a year.
Couple of years, yeah.
Dash and Rigid pretended not to know each other. It wasn't hard for Rigid to tap out the signals on a table. Only they would know. They arranged to speak secretly afterwards. I'm so fucking glad to find you. I've come a long way especially, and I hate getting out in the country if I can help it. You seem to be doing well for yourself here, Dash. Yes, I'm doing pretty well, and so are you, it seems. What are you doing nowadays, and why would you come all the way to Ryman Castle just to speak to me? Yeah, I'm with the Grasp now. I'm doing pretty well. Not a sworn man like Scruffy, but I will be eventually. We're the biggest gangs in the alleys nowadays. Nobody fucks with us. Life is good. Listen, you want to make some money, serious money? How does 3,000 silvers sound? And just for information too, we're looking for two guys about our age, maybe, the sons of the sheriff of Greystone, whoever the fuck that is. Apparently they headed down this way years back undercover. Now it could be they're dead, in which case you could probably find out somehow, or it could be they jumped on a ship and fucked off, in which case somebody probably knows about it, or it could be they're still here in Avatar somewhere, in which case you're a rich motherfucker. So all you have to do is make inquiries, but super fucking quiet inquiries. You know what I'm saying? I mean, do not let any cunt know you're looking for these pricks, and do not allow any trail back to me. If you actually find these bleeps, 3,000 silvers.
It's a bit late for that. But yeah, 3,000.
Yeah. Yep. If your other useful information like how and when they died or whatever, then that'll be a portion of that 3,000 depending on how good the information is. And no, before you even ask, I do not know what this is all about, and I don't give a F. I get my commission, you get your huge effing payout. If you can help us with this one, Dash, you might find your way into the Grasp as well.
Did we ever find out who was Scruffy getting his request from?
No. It says here, if you get tired of the peasant lifestyle...
Scruffy, sorry, Bannofix, what are you saying about Scruffy?
He said Scruffy didn't ask why he was looking for those people, but he was obviously told by somebody to look for them. Did we ever find who told him?
Okay,
in the ground?
now Scruffy is not the guy who came to Ryman Castle.
No, this is Rigid.
Oh, Rigid. Sorry.
Rigid.
Who did Rigid, my apologies, get his instructions from? Did we find that out?
Yeah, it's Scruffy here and Slick Dicky.
Scruffy and Slick Dicky. Okay. And
so is it time we had words with them? Maybe we don't want to piss off the Binny Hill Boys yet, and we should actually just try and squeeze the grasp for more info.
Well, Grasp was the first group of people that were looking for, because the thing is, it makes sense that they were looking for a ruby. It does not make sense that they were looking for you two who were on this list, right? So I'm assuming that some of the stuff would have been compartmentalized. So you would say, send these two off looking for this one, go find this person, send Nightblade off looking for Morrow's family. So someone there knows why. I think we've already answered the why, but they might be able to connect it a little bit more. So I think we need to work our way back up the chain of people, of who is being assigned what. So we've got to talk to Scruffy and Slippery Nipple, whatever the fuck his name is.
Do they know who you guys really are now? They don't, eh? They haven't, like, we've spoken to the Grasp. When we've spoken to the Grasp, have we told them that it's the Iron Hand?
Did we tell them who they were? Because remember, we got attacked straight afterwards that night, right?
Yeah, but I think also they know we're Aragin and Maynard. I mean,
and we got attacked within that inn.
Yeah, I can confirm that. They know your real name is Aragin.
So we got attacked within that. So the Grasp came.
Do they know that your
they sent
family
Rigid
name is
down.
Iron Hand?
They sent Rigid down looking for you, Dash, to find these two people.
Yeah,
then we told them who we were, and then we got attacked.
Okay, just pedantic, maybe correction. They didn't send Dash down. Dash was already there.
They sent Rigid down looking for Dash. Yeah.
To look for Dash. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but they sent Rigid down looking for Dash to find you two, Aragin and Maynard, and then we basically came back up and announced who we were to them, and then got our ass handed to us that night.
And our family name's not Iron Hand, obviously. That's the.
No, I don't think we've told them.
That's the hideout name.
I don't think it matters about your family name.
Sons of the Sheriff of Avatar, not related to. They don't know. They don't know about the link back to Greystone.
But that's the point. They don't need to know. They were just sent down to find a guy called Aragin and a guy called Maynard, and deal. Like, I don't know if they were sent to deal with them, but they were told to find them.
Okay, hold on. I'm just going to reread that particular.
Yeah, they could well know more of the history of the item and its connections to descendants of this family tree than they're giving out.
Now they might not as well, but at least the trail will stop with them and move to someone outside of the Grasp.
Okay, but did I read out the part about Rigid getting his head punched in?
No.
And losing teeth?
No, read away.
Okay, so Rigid takes Dash to the bar, to a fairly attractive bar girl. Crystal, this is my brother Dash. The man's a effing legend. He killed some robbers today. Delighted, I'm sure. I didn't know you had a brother. What can I get you, gentlemen? Stepbrother,
so why was he lying there?
Stepbrother, yeah, from when Balor was alive. Double shots of bloodberry brandy. This is expensive stuff. Rigid is splashing the cash. Whispers. She's for sale like pretty much everything else in here, and I'm a buyer. So what the F happened with that fight? How bad are you hurt? 3 random bleeps just attack you? That makes no sense at all. Why the F would 3 hardmen choose 5 well-armed strangers to rob? That's got to be BS, right? I'll try to find out what I know if you want. Like I said, there's some big money on offer here for information. This comes from high up. I don't know what you're doing in Tarathian with these clowns. When you should be back in Cowtown doing some digging, you're wasting time. Dash makes excuses. What's holding you down that way anyway? Scruffy and I were talking about you. I know you and we aren't real blood, but we're close to it, right? I'm a made man in the Grasp now, which ain't bad for my age. What you got to understand in the Grasp, you can get in by being good, but to get higher, you need allies. You need guys you can trust, guys who can look out for you, guys who can help each other. Scruffy was agreeing with me that we'd be a pretty good team. But first you got to prove yourself to higher up. You got given a job to do. If you can do it, good. I make things happen for you. If you can't do a simple job, then there ain't nothing I can do. And remember, you and I were suspect to start with because of Dad. Dash tries to get information about family. Well, I didn't know where they went. Your ma wasn't waiting for me. I kept my head down until they were long gone. After Dad got killed, I got questioned pretty hard, and when I say questioned, it was broken ribs, tooth knocked out, and everything. I thought I was dead. I don't even know who did it, for sure, They put a mask on me and hands tied. Scruffy got the same, but not as bad in only a few hours. I was bleeding on the floor for 2 days. One of the things that they were trying to get me to say is, where is it? But they wouldn't say what it is. Then they dumped me in the street, cut my hands free, and told me to F off. I thought I was dead. Scruffy helped me out for a while, kept me alive. I owed him big, still do really. And over time, I did more and more for the grasp. Eventually, Henry got me in, convinced Slick Dicky I was good, so I owe Henry too, and the grandfather.
So whoever it was thought that Rigid, being involved with Balor, knew more about the item than he was giving up, right?
Yes, they were trying to interrogate grasp members for information about where the item was.
Yeah.
So you didn't find out anything about where they went. Yeah, I did later. I'm pretty sure they're in the city. Or if they are, they're in parts of the city where the grasp never go. I don't get out of the city too much, but I got up to Escar Bridge on a job about a year ago.
Here's the thing I don't like. I do get, but I don't think it's as simple as all that. A criminal organization like the Grasp, possibly the Binny Hill Boys, they're really interested in money and their own areas of control and the comfortable life, and not really working that hard for the things they need, but maintaining control. So they're not a group of people that would, I think, proactively go after some item of super power and try and wipe out an entire family in order to utilize that. I think the Grasp is the type of people that would give paid a shit ton of money to take care of that particular business. So I don't think we're looking for somebody within the Grasp who's like driving this whole thing. I think we're looking for somebody who's paying the Grasp to take care of business. So if we can find our way back up that chain, the problem is, I don't know how you're going to get somebody from the Grasp to tell them who they've been hired, unless you cause too much problem for the Grasp to ignore, make it worse than the money. So I don't. But if the Binny Hill Boys are looking for the same thing now, or the same person, I don't know. If I'm a rival gang and the other gang is looking for something that seems valuable, I'm probably going to be searching for the same fucking thing. Doesn't mean I have an agenda. I don't know. It's a weird one. I don't think we have enough information without torturing a few other people, so we should probably go do that. Side note, I don't think I have anything in my backstory that's actually going to help us, but I am going to rock through the details of it anyway, Neil, just in case.
Yeah, I haven't finished. But
sorry, you go, Karen.
There's nothing too much more in here. It just says Escar Bridge is a city up north, a day's walk from here. There's a place called River Inn and Stables. It's the biggest place to stay for travelers. I can be totally sure it wasn't them. I can't be totally sure it was them, but it sounds like them. It sounds like Ruby and Amber stayed there for 2 nights. So this is what sent us up north, right?
Mm-hmm.
I reckon they went flat out up there and then rested for a day or 2, but nobody knew where they went. You know, it'd be good to find them, give them money. Amber would be maybe 3 now. She's the only blood family I've got.
Rigid's the only blood family. 2.
No, Amber and Rigid, yeah.
So why isn't Rigid dead?
And Ruby. So he's on the list, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah, he's on the second to last name on the list, I think. Or the last name on the list.
Young daughter of the above, horse named Ruby from Hero Palace, but he's not on the list.
Right. So he got his teeth knocked out.
Who was the father? Who was Rigid's father?
He talks a little bit about
Balor.
They talk about a few people in here. Scruffy. They talk about Slick Dicky Morris, and then they talk about the grandfather.
I'm not sure that daughter's Balor's.
The grandfather.
Anyway,
well, given Ruby's background, it does seem conceivable that Dash can confirm that Balor believed the daughter to be his.
Yep.
But given Ruby's background, anything's possible.
She stopped touring when she got pregnant, right? Not when she met Balor.
I think my mother, given her insanely high charisma, it's kind of in the family, right?
That's such a positive way to spin that.
She had she had some other clients that might have even been even more high profile than the sheriff of Avatar.
Let me read through this undisclosed background. I think we'll probably get Aragin to do the same anyway, just so we can map it out.
And
unlike some
knows
of his
women don't need high charisma.
Depending on
Sleep around.
Unlike some of his friends, Bannofix came from a pretty humble background. His mother died quite young. From what he remembers, it was a sudden illness. Bannofix was brought up by his father, Bannox, Bannox the eventful namer. Bannofix learned his magic and lore from Bannox, undoubtedly a strange man. He's a druid of quite some skill, able to transform into animal form, and the member of an outlawed sect named the Kaylayjah. The Kaylayjah were apparently once quite powerful and numerous, but the church considers them heretics, and most have been slaughtered, many burnt at the stake. Obviously, Bannock kept a very low profile and is very careful. Occasionally, Bannock meets with others of the Kaylayjah at night. He keeps Bannofix well away from anything to do with this. He considers such meetings dangerous. About 2 months ago, something strange happened. Bannock invited Bannofix to accompany him on a longer trip overnight to the moor far to the north. Near some trees, 3 owls appeared. Bannock suggested that Bannofix practice his magical tricks. It was as if Bannock directed Bannofix to give a demonstration to the owls. Soon afterwards, Bannock directed Bannofix to mind the sheep, and he disappeared for a couple of hours. As usual, he wouldn't discuss anything with Bannofix later. As usual, he reminded Bannofix that nothing good comes from too much talk. Outwardly, Bannofix, Aragin, and Dash are friendly, but Bannofix is a bit jealous of this Dash guy. Or mediocrities, as Bannofix prefers to call him. He's arrogant, shifty, lazy, and sly. He doesn't seem to do anything useful and disappears for days at a time, but always seems to have plenty of money. All round just seems pretty mediocre. Anyway, a couple of days ago, Bannofix noticed someone he didn't recognize leave the inn and had a quiet, somewhat furtive talk with Dash. Bannofix stood still in the shadows behind a wall, too far away to listen in because the pair were talking quietly, but the talk seemed to be pretty cordial. Only after both had left did Bannofix continue on his way into the inn for his dinner. Discreet inquiries revealed that the traveller was a young guy from Tarathian City. He barely seemed to talk to anyone in the inn, just minded his own business. And he left early the next morning. Bannofix doesn't know what it was all about, but he doesn't trust Dash at all, and certainly wouldn't want to put him on his guard by mentioning the stranger to him. And that's it. Now, I know that my backstory was written like one of the last ones to be written, and it's relatively rushed, so I don't think there's going to be anything useful in here.
So that's Rigid's visit that you
metagamey, but true.
Rigid and Dash's encounter, but so Morrow had a backstory, and the backstory was about this night out in Tarathian where someone got killed and they were trying to value this magical item, and Nightblade was involved or something. And that's the night that the body went. Obviously, the body turned up of Balor, and everyone ran for the hills. And there was a big bag of money given to my mum, and possibly the magical item.
So it sounds to me that Balor figured out that people were hunting down anybody related to this particular item or to the Bannox line. Also, Aragin and Maynard's mum found out the same, and so did the other guy. And that's why you two were sent away, so that you couldn't be named or found. Yeah? So it's all just leading back to the fact that they're killing off the line of Bannox. The only questions we have is where is the Grasp getting their orders from, and what is the magical item, where the fuck is Ruby, and who knows about all this? Now, is there any way during the conversations during that party, is there any sort of trick or trap that we could lay verbiage wise to get somebody to kind of fess up that they know what we're talking about? Is there any way you would angle that to try and lull somebody into a trap to give us some information?
You'd go after Nightblade, right, and say who paid you to potentially kill Balor.
Professional assassin's not exactly going to give up the name unless you can pay him a shit ton of money
or torture him. Or,
but
you could use hold person.
I'm not aware of that capability. If the thing is, especially it depends on who it is, right? Like if you're, why did he suddenly stop looking for Morrow?
Because Morrow apologized over something and said, "Look, I've got no bad blood with you anymore over a card game."
No,
Remember?
but if he's on this list, it wouldn't have mattered.
But maybe he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Possibly, but he's sitting there on this list. He's on the list of people that are related
Is
to.
Balor on the list?
No. Well, he might be on number 3, but it's Morrow Lady in Tarathian, Tabitha Morrow, Lady Daughter of the Above, and Gambler named Morrow, Son of the Above. So all 3 of those should have been killed.
So
Also, Lady Meredith and Sir David Gregory, their children, like Sir David Gregory and Aragin and Maynard, are on the list.
Yes, but remember, both Lady Meredith and Sir David Gregory are ancestors of Bannox.
Sir David Gregory's not, is he? Oh, wait, he is.
He is.
Wait, that's
well, it's not
Jesus.
quite incest. It's a little far enough removed. Because the thing is,
I don't know how many.
No, it's a few generations.
I don't know if it is.
So Sir Bannox Greystone,
Sir
Bannox Greystone and Gundari Kerr had. Well, actually, no, I don't know. Sir Anthony Gregory.
Yeah, he seemed to immaculately conceive Sir Anthony Gregory.
Yeah. Like, okay, so he's not actually in the
obviously these aren't complete, right?
No.
Well,
So
the orc's been mating with everyone in the Blackened Hand.
Oh, but Lady Alyssa points directly to Sir David Gregory and Meredith. How does that work?
Yeah.
So Sir Anthony,
Sir David Gregory is the son of Lady Alyssa and Sir Anthony Gregory, and
then
Lady
Meredith is the daughter of Lady Alyssa and somebody else. Like, man. Oh, and Sir Anthony Gregory.
Yeah.
Dude.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah, wait. Are they? Look at Sir David Gregory and Lady Meredith. They're both descended from the same people.
Sir Anthony Gregory and Lady Meredith.
Yeah, they're like brother and sister.
So David Gregory and Meredith. Oh, are they actually brother and sister?
Oh, but then who did Sir David Gregory have the children with? Wait. Okay, so I assumed. Oh, yeah, he's not the father of Peter Eleanor. Yeah, no, of course. Sorry.
Oh, so Lady Meredith went down to
he's
Arbiter.
the father of. Yeah.
I'm glad we sorted that out.
Yeah, so he's the Lady Meredith married the Sheriff of Arbiter. Sheriff of Arbiter.
We got so deep in the diagram at one stage, someone's like, "Wait, were your parents brother and sister?"
Oh, Dougs.
No.
Oh, Game of Thrones. That's gross. Okay, so
the thing is, didn't Lady Meredith, so your dad, waiting for his impending doom, sent his, hold on, what happened here?
Okay, so that's why.
So his sister, is that his sister got sent down to the Sheriff of Arbiter?
Yes, his sister,
well, she married
Lady
him.
Meredith, married the. Yep.
Yeah.
And Sir David Gregory, mine and Maynard's mother died, and he remarried, and then now that other guy's hanging around with. But well, at first we thought he displaced and killed my father, but obviously that was that ruse.
Yeah, he was a good friend.
But there's not much in Aragon's.
Yeah, Sir Nicholas Clydemont, right?
Yeah,
Sir Nicholas Clydemont.
Aragon's backstory has a tiny bit of information, but basically just says in a lot of words, "Don't trust Maynard. He's a little dick."
Does it really?
Hey, but it just basically says, "Don't trust your little brother. You're not sure about him."
There's a link between the Binny Hill Boys and the Wolf / Medellin. What do you call them?
Definitely with the Medine.
Medine.
It's
definitely... Is there a link between the gang and the rats?
I don't think we've heard of one.
Or the gang and the wolf of
yes, there was definitely a link with the Medine and the wolf where they were attempting to work together.
Yeah, yes, but we don't know that there's a link with the gang that's basically infiltrated the Duke's castle yet, right? No, we don't know if they're all affiliated.
And this may not be useful, but every time we've run into anything to do with those wolves or the nursemaid, they've been screaming, "Get the Kaylayjah." Now, that's me, obviously. I just happen to have my name on this list, but I probably also have my name on the Medine's list too, in terms of being a Kaylayjah. So I don't know if those two things
Wait,
are related.
on which list? You're not on the kill list, though, are you? Only your dad.
No, but I should be because I'm related to my father, which means I could be on page number 3, or I could just be the owner of the list.
Like, you'd have to be a real weirdo to make a list and not list families together.
What happens if they didn't remember? Might not know about me.
They might not. Yeah, they might have found out more names.
Yeah.
But so who do you think's more powerful?
Because remember, your name's not on this list. So Aragin is named.
I'm second on the list.
You're on the kill list, but you're actually not on the history of Bannox. You should be under Sir David Gregory, right?
He's not my real father. Who do you
think's more powerful? The Wolf of Dunskara.
Maybe I'm the Duke's son.
Or the gang, the BHB boys.
I'm not sure, but they're definitely in conflict, right? We're talking about a healthy marketplace balance between the two criminal factions.
Yeah.
Although it sounds like it's quite weighted towards the Binny Hill Boys at the moment.
Probably depends on who you ask.
Right? Oh, that's true.
I mean, you remember Tony Spilotro, the guy that Casino was written after. Everybody knew about him and the mafia down there, but that's not a very successful mafia operation if everybody knows about it.
I know someone that we could ask to talk to.
Oh.
The grandfather of the graph. He's the guy that runs it.
So who's that?
You're just going to walk up and talk to the upright man?
Mm.
Yeah, like
from the mockers,
like the equivalent of like P.
Yeah,
you know,
or
like the guy who hides in shadows, the cloaky guy. Because the thing is, he could know some of the. He could connect the dots maybe for us about the Aximandus relic.
Yeah, but I agree, but you would agree that the grasp isn't necessarily the people that would be proactively attempting to like wrestle the lich's wares off and try and find the everybody on the list of Bannox's relatives. It'd be somebody a little bit more in the know.
No,
right?
I don't think that he's necessarily the guy who's trying to kill everyone off. I just think he's possibly the person who we can get to, who knows the most about what's going on that we haven't spoken with.
I'd 100% agree. Like I say, we're going to need to work our way back up the grass chain of command to figure out who knows who's paying them.
And so we do.
Okay, so by now we're into the early evening.
Kicking Binny Hill Boys' asses to get there in their good books.
Mm-hmm. We're into the early evening, and
did we get paint?
You've got your you haven't got much painting done.
Well, no, we're going to buy. Maynard and Aragin said they were going to buy different coloured paint.
Different colour.
We don't want that yellow.
Yeah.
Horror story. Unless it's
okay. Well, you haven't got around to doing that today, but
first thing in the morning then.
Get red paint.
You could potentially do that tomorrow. But it's not that far. It's not that far off until you've got your meeting scheduled in the Watchman.
Yep.
With Sergeant Bannerman. And Guardsman.
I wouldn't mind asking him a few questions about the dynamics of the grasp and the Binny Hill Boys. When
I've got a little bit more to share.
Okay. Also, we're not going to mix red with ochre because that'll just. I'm not riding around in a shit-colored car. That's not happening. It's got to look pretty. We could do gold or silver.
Yeah, two-tone it maybe.
Yeah, racing stripes.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the extra?
You
gave him. I'm feeling a little offended, Dougs. You gave him a fucking book to read for his backstory.
Yeah, I know. I didn't share any of it because I wasn't quite sure what I was going to do.
Hey, Dash.
There is a note down the bottom, and it says, "Please keep all of this secret as long as possible."
Yeah, I've got that, but it's not really
down to an obvious advantage or necessity in sharing it. Then that's the time.
Yeah, that's fine. That applies to the first like dozen sessions or something. It's fine now.
That's what it said word for word. Clearly not in the first dozen sessions.
Okay, hold on.
Exactly.
Yeah, the thing is, Bannofix. I think by the time I got around to your one, I was pretty exhausted.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I wrote a really long one for Dash and for Morrow.
Yeah.
And then yours was number 5, and I was like, I was running out of puff.
Yeah,
I was possibly running out of time as well.
I hear you. I'm like the add-on to the story, but I am going to make it all about me eventually. So let's just let's just accept that.
So here's a little bit about the Grasp. The Grasp is by far the largest crime syndicate in Tarathian City, with probably hundreds of members and associates. It's centered in the alleys, but has tentacles elsewhere, probably to the
Is
far.
that current or historic? Sorry.
No, this is current.
So this was true. This was true at least a couple of years ago, right? When Dash left.
Things don't change that fast.
Tarathian.
Okay, it's ultimately led by a shadowy character known as the Grandfather. Only very senior members ever get to speak to him directly, and apparently he has minimal involvement in administrating the organization. The grasp is split into different chapters with clearly defined geographic boundaries. The chapter covering much of the alleys is known to be run by Slick Dicky. Okay, hold on. Just going down through here, I can't see anything. There was another email where I think Rigid mentions right at the bottom. Here we go. So I asked him what's the grandfather like, and he writes, I never saw his face. Nobody talks to him directly except Slip Dicky Richard Morris. He wears a hood and sits at a desk with a light behind him, sits like a huge effing cat ready to pounce on a mouse. Sinister as F. Scary mother effer. Doesn't even effing move. Silent, totally silent, just sits and watches and listens. When I got made, I had to come before him. Richard asked me loads of questions. Some other bosses were there and the grandfather. Afterwards, they talked for a bit and I got made.
Do you find language more offensive when you're having to read it?
Yeah.
You know, beeping it out. You need these.
Yeah. So basically, there's someone above the person that we've been dealing with that if we wanted to try to find anything out around the Aximandus relic, Nightblade, or assassinations, or he might know what's actually going on.
Yeah, but that's a difficult man to meet by the sounds of it.
Yeah, but we could ask for an audience.
Yeah.
Maybe we've got some information to share with him.
I could ask for an audience with the head of the accuser. I'm not going to get it. But
maybe we could tell him we've got some information, and we could like leak some intel to him in return for him trying to give some back.
In fact, that's actually not a bad idea. You could find a way to leak information that you know where Ruby is, and when they take you, then you could ask questions. Somewhere in the middle of the torture. We'd rescue you, of course.
So we don't trust. The thing is, we don't actually trust the Inquisitor. So if we don't trust the Inquisitor, who do we trust?
Well, I don't think the Inquisitor is going to be paying the grasp. It doesn't sound like it.
I think the Inquisitor's BHB working for the other team.
Correct, but that doesn't mean that he's bad. In fact, that probably means that he's relatively good. Because remember, the grasp are the only ones, A, that we think are involved in the murder and your fleeing of your mum. B, trying to collect. Now, here's the question. Have we actually seen them kill anybody? Because even having Rigid come down to see you to see if you can find Aragin and Maynard doesn't presuppose that the next step is them being murdered. It's simply knowing where they are. Are we sure that the grasp has been killing people?
In your first visit, yeah. Now this is something which this is something good to remember. So in your first visit into Tarathian, you had a meeting. You went to Hero's Palace, and you had a meeting with the grasp. And then soon afterwards, you were attacked by 3 thugs. That you fought them off.
Why did you say thugs in a funny way? What was unique about them?
These were like they weren't actually members of the grasp, but this was in the alleys. You fought them off. Aragin decapitated one of them. This is where I think you first ran into Sergeant Bannerman.
Oh yeah, we had that
where
fight.
we went that rat cleaning expedition.
We were down at your mum's house. Remember?
No. This is like well before this. This is your first visit to Tarathian City.
We were looking at Dash's mum's place, right? We were all down by that area trying to figure out, and then we found somebody living in your mum's house or something. Anyway, we had a fight downstairs, and then the Bannerman and his crew showed up. I remember that.
No. I think you killed all of these three
Oh,
guys.
one got away, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, sorry, one got away, didn't he? So one got away, and
We saw BHB on their hands, didn't we?
Yeah, I think so. The back
Yeah,
cat.
I think that's the
You cut his
encounter
head
where
off.
I got one
Or-
of their
or was it that
one of their
hawk or-
short swords.
Was it
'Cause
the
I've still
hawk
got
or eagle? I
a
thought it was
short sword that has the BHB logo
Yeah,
that we
because
took from one of those
I'm
corpses.
fairly sure we saw BHB on them, a tattooed on one of them.
What if
You did send me.
It was the first time we met the Binny Hill Boys.
here's a theory, and it's a little bit metagamey, but what if the grandfather somehow is Varen, who's lived an incredibly long life because he's still got this relic from Axon Mandus that gives him some sort of long life,
And it's
they've
been stolen
and
from
it's
him.
been stolen from him, and it's gone north with Ruby somehow. There's been someone like the BHB got in there with a double agent, grabbed his long life relic, and ran out, got killed. Like Balor could have basically stolen it.
Yeah, assuming he's a similar
It
age.
wouldn't have been a
to,
very good long life relic if he grabbed it and he got killed straight away.
So it's actually quite conceivable because it's only 100 years after Bannox first started having children with Lady Greystone.
But
So-
who is
Well, no,
this
sorry, it's only 100
grandfather?
years after kind of.
Like that description does sound a little bit like
What
Varen.
if? No, what if it is actually that? It could be something along the lines
The
of
world of
phylactery.
magic,
The
100
Varen
years
might
old,
actually
isn't that
be
old.
The
lichy,
grandfather.
and in order to maybe he's looking to break the curse
All right.
by killing all of Bannox's. Like maybe once the Bannox line is wiped out, it could be set free of death or something along those lines. Or maybe actually, if it's Varen, he wants to live forever.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter what.
we have to kill the grandfather.
So
The grandfather could be Varen, in which case he's lost his. He's lost because Varen stole Axon Mandus's sword at the very end of the last campaign and ran.
yeah,
You remember?
I do. Now it could
Yeah,
it could either be
Both
that
Bannox
or
and Reed were like, no, we're going to stop him and fucking shatter that thing.
so maybe
Yeah, but we never found out what actually
we
happened.
never
with
played
that
on from
sword.
it. Yeah.
yeah. So that's an interesting idea. If he smells
it's
like
actually-
weak old dick, it's almost certainly going to be Varen. So we just need to get you close to him.
Yeah.
Be back in a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Ari, you were saying something?
Can't remember now.
Okay.
Once I thought of weak old Dick, it was all over.
Yeah. Anyway, but there's only a few. It doesn't matter what the theories are. There's only a few actions to be taken.
Because and like, I think a lot of Neil's ideas are good, but I just don't think we're high enough level to try and approach some of them yet.
No. But so we have to decide if we're going to shake the cage at this little event by just suggesting to people, just talking to them and saying, man, it seems like they grasp, but like they had something big on, but they're all pulling back from it now. They're freaking out about something. And just, you know what I mean? Saying something like that. So we start rattle the caging and see what's happening. Or I'm pretty
sure
sure
they're going horribly when Bannofix says something.
Well, I'm not going to say anything. I'll be a spider. I'm trying to listen to people's conversations.
I want to meet the grandfather now because I'm thinking it could be like.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a good idea for you to be a spider because it only lasts an hour. And if you come in on one of us, like we're going to get stuck there.
Yeah. With
And
just the
you're gonna end
Bannofix
up
just
transforming or you're in the corner because you're
just like over the thing. Yep.
I just want to remind you of something.
Yes.
Of those three thugs who attacked you in your first visit to Tarathian City. Yeah. You were later found the wife of one of them called Jane, who's a beggar.
Yes, we did.
Now, Jane tried to shake you down for some money. And I think there was a disagreement between Dash and Morrow regarding this. I think Dash wanted to kill her, and Morrow ended up giving her some money. And what she told you, which obviously you've got no way to verify, but she told you that these guys were paid to attack you, which is okay. unsurprising. And she told you that the guy who organized this was Jimmy Morris. Now, Jimmy Morris is this guy. Okay, so he's a fairly senior member of the Grasp.
Paid by the senior member of the Grasp.
That's what she said.
But didn't we find the tattoo of BHB on their hands? Because we found a tattoo of BHB on someone's hands. Was it the 3 people that attacked us there? Or we would remember this, I just can't.
And are these the guys? Are we talking about the time we went into the sewer, fought some rats, and came back out and got attacked?
No, this is before this. So I'm not going to comment about the tattoo, right? Because if you can't remember, you remember.
I think the tattoo
you misremember.
And the short sword came from that encounter where we got attacked.
Well, we can go back and watch the video if we need to. We should all just sit. I'll share my screen. We can all go back. But because I can't think of any other group that, unless it was the guy in the alleyway that we beat the shit out of, that was following us or something, and he had BHP on him.
No, I remember taking I thought the short sword and the tattoo we took from a corpse somewhere. I thought it was after the rat encounter, but I do remember the other one where we were looking around for Dash's old place.
Yep.
And we were down the bottom of it or something, snooping around.
So your trip to the Kingside sewers was much later, or it was afterwards for sure. Not much later, but it was a bit later.
We need to really figure that one out. The tattoo.
So as for the Kingside sewers, that was that was the guy Steve Riggs who hired you to do that and then tried to attack you there.
Okay, so do we know did we kill Steve Riggs?
No.
We should.
Steve Riggs, you also ran into him in Dunskara.
Who was he hanging around with? Biter and Co?
Dunskara Fair.
We should ask around and find who he hangs out with. Grasp or...
Well, you know that Steve Riggs is Binny Hill Boys.
Okay. And he was the sewer dude, right?
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Now, Jane the beggar woman, she told you that this Slick Jimmy Morris, who's definitely a Grasp member. He's basically friends with Rigid, and he works below Richard Morris. Okay, so he works for Richard Morris. Okay, so he's directly under Richard Morris. Dash knows this. So that's the top guy in the picture, right? And she said it was him that hired the 3 thugs that attacked you.
So this guy worked for Dick, and Richard worked under him. Metagaming. Were you struggling with some things, Diggs, when you were writing these names? we projecting a little. Okay.
So let's just get this clear.
So he's definitely someone then that's fairly likely. It sounds like he runs one of the wings of the Grasp. He'd know the grandfather.
Yeah, it sounds like the guy we spoke to would know the grandfather as well. It's like there's a whole bunch of. I mean, I could be making an assumption, but I'm not sure any of those, let's call them captains in their area, would know much more than I was told to find these people and do them in. Because to be honest, every time we've encountered the Grasp, they've been trying to kill us. Yeah?
Well, not last time. Maybe.
Well, we don't know.
Okay,
We met them and someone tried to kill us straight afterwards.
So this is just one thing that just one thing that's maybe good to clarify, right? So this is Richard Slick Dicky Morris. Okay. Now, Dash knows
the top guy.
Dash knows he is the boss. He's a senior grass boss, and he is the boss of the alleys, the bottom guy.
Okay.
We need a.
And who's the top guy then? Sorry, I thought
so the top guy is Slick Jimmy Morris. Okay. Slick Jimmy Morris. Now he works for Slick Dicky. So he works for Richard Morris.
All right, Neil, we need a mind map. We need to get this.
Yeah, and so
Okay.
the thing that's confusing me is two of them are nicknamed Slick something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're cousins.
All right.
Dash also knows that.
The Slick
Now,
cousins.
which one's working for who?
So Slick Dick Richard. Which one is like?
Yeah.
No way, that's not.
Who is no?
Okay.
It's on the
Wait, but it
website.
is though, isn't it?
It's
It's Richard Slick Dicky.
So
Yeah, Jimmy Morris.
It'd have to be.
Slick Jimmy Morris.
So this guy's Slick Dicky. This is Richard Morris. He's Slick Dicky. Okay.
Which guy?
This guy. That's Slick Dicky. Okay. Now under him is Jimmy Morris. Okay.
right.
Jimmy Morris is this
has
guy.
to be the most painful naming of two people.
Okay. Now, working for him is a guy called Henry. Okay. And
It's like
and
Slip Dicky Dick Morris and Slip Jimmy Morris Dicky, and then you've got Henry.
and then below Henry is Richard.
Right, so Richard is really bottom of the trough. Okay, we need one of those.
Okay, so
we need one of those
four
corkboards
layers,
with
okay?
strings and shit.
Four layers that Dash knows about.
Yeah, and that's just on one side of the group, right? We've
Hey,
got
does anyone
who
wanna
was the
test
guy
it
we
out?
met from the Grasp? What was the name of the guy we met from the Grasp?
That was Richard. That was
Right.
Richard Morris.
Right, that was Richard Morris.
So he's not boss of the grass, but he is boss of the grass in the alley. So he's pretty senior. Now, another guy who also works under Jimmy is I don't have the picture for him. That's Scruffy. But I don't have the picture for him.
Can I just get the two names right? One is Slick Jimmy.
Wait.
Morris.
I'm going to write this down too. I need to.
One of them is Slick Jimmy Morris, and the other is Richard Slick Dicky Morris.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
Just does my brain in.
No, repeat that. I need to write that down. Do it.
Okay, so the top guy is Richard Morris, otherwise known as Slick Dicky.
Right, Richard Morris, and then he's known as Slick Dicky. Slick Dicky.
Yeah, so one of them is Slick, and one of
Is
them
there is there a dry Dicky? Are we?
That's Richard.
That's another one of the cousins.
Under him is Jimmy Morris.
Jimmy Morris. Okay, so there's Richard Morris and Jimmy Morris, and what's his
They're
nickname?
cousins.
Slick Jimmy Morris.
Slick. So Slick Dicky and Slick Jimmy Morris.
Do you think Richard, once he's been at the Grasp for long enough, will become Slick Richard?
Is that what it is?
And
It's
then
like a
under
badge.
him
You
is
get the Slick
Handsome
moniker.
Henry.
Handsome
Henry Dixon.
Okay, so there's definitely a Dick in there somewhere. Dixon. Handsome Henry Dixon. And then we've got Richard.
There's also a Theodore Dobbs.
This is the most.
There's also a Theodore Dobbs. Yep.
This is the most phallic, sinister cult I've ever been against.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got guy, Theodore Dobbs.
And so Theodore Dobbs does what? Report to Handsome Henry Dixon.
Dash isn't sure, but Theodore is a fairly junior guy.
Okay. And those are the only ones we know so far. Now, who? So this of the people that attacked us, right? We found that the wife of one of them, yeah, she tried to get us some money. Yeah. Who was the husband? Again, what was her name?
I'm not sure if you'd remember this. It was yeah. Well, maybe you would. Okay, Andy Harris.
Andy Harris. Do we know who he reported to?
He was not a member of the Grasp, according to Jane.
Okay, not a member of the Grasp. He was a member of the. Did she say Binny
He
Hill
was
Boys?
just a guy in the alleys.
Just a guy in the alleys. Okay.
But obviously, anyone who lives in the alleys, anyone who's kind of like anyone important is going to have some relationship to anyone, like any kind of thug is going to have some relationship to the Grasp.
Right. Okay. And the person we met with was Richard Morris. Or did we? Yes. Okay. So we met with the person that probably reports directly to the grandfather.
Yeah.
So who was Henry?
No, there is a layer in between, right? There's no, Henry is not the bottom guy. The bottom guy is Richard.
Yeah, Richard. But Henry's above him and reports to Slick Jimmy, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it goes. So it goes Richard Morris, Slick Dicky. Then it's down to Jimmy Morris, Slick Jimmy Morris, and then it's down to Handsome Henry Dixon, and then it's down to Richard.
Handsome Henry Dixon.
That's right. Or we call him Handsome Dick.
No, we don't have. You've never met this. Oh, you may have met him, but he's not handsome.
All right.
I see.
It's an ironic name. Okay, I think.
I reckon the grandfather is probably the most powerful person in Tarathian City that we can go and talk to, aside from like the Inquisitor.
You could we could drop the name the grandfather during our little tete-a-tete with the nobility, just to see if anyone you could use your perception to see if anybody kind of bats an eyelid.
Well, yeah, all the BHB guards that would be like, huh?
Yeah, it sounds like one of those legends that would have gone around.
Yeah.
Everyone might have heard of.
Well,
maybe not. Right, so I lost. What was Henry's last name?
Dixon. Handsome Dixon. Henry Dixon. Yes.
So the third name had to reference Dix.
It's got Dick.
And then the fourth name is just flat out Rigid.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Imagine if we rallied the Grasp and took control of the city.
Yeah.
No, I think we want to kill the Grasp.
Why is that?
Because I think you're right. I think the grandfather is Varen.
Oh, that's why you want.
And we should have killed him at the start of campaign 1.
But if he is,
you know what would be embarrassing, right? Is if Maynard logs in to join.
Yep.
And we haven't actually
done anything.
So anyway,
we're
discussing, right? You've been discussing all day and resting. Apart from Maynard and Aragin went to do an armor fitting. The armor's coming along nicely. It's maybe halfway done, maybe not quite. And you recall that we're well into the evening now, and you'd arranged to meet Bannerman.
Yep. And side note, I don't think we haven't not done anything, Dogs. I think this has possibly been the most useful couple of hours of this campaign so far.
I know.
I think
no, definitely.
I think we've twigged. I think we've twigged.
There's some interesting, some interesting analysis.
So what are we going to ask Bannerman before we go? What are we going to talk to? How are we going to approach Bannerman? Because we think he's a good guy, right? But what are we trying to find from him? I want to find out
he's BHB and open about it, right? He's on the take from.
Oh, well, yeah.
Bannerman, was he? Okay.
Yeah, he admitted he was taking money from BHB, I think.
Yeah, it sounds like that's not uncommon.
Yeah, let's have a chat to him about that.
Because he also got a hiding from BHB after we bailed that first time. They knew we'd been speaking to him, so they came and beat the shit out of him, trying to get info. Yeah, that was part of the reasons I was trying to talk him into coming with us. So then I was thinking, well, we should tell him that we've really fucked him off, and his life's in danger because they saw us again. Yep. So he has to come with us.
Okay, so just threaten him into joining. Yeah, I get it.
Are you trying to round up some squires?
Damn right. Even if I have to lie to his face,
gonna
about an
blackmail
imagined
him.
threat to get him to sign up.
I think
We
Leave
need
your
a couple of
family.
henchmen though. We got a wagon and shit.
When have we ever managed to get any henchmen?
well, I had Dave.
Well,
we,
yeah,
we
we-
were running
we-
Greystone and we couldn't get 2 people to stand on the walls.
We had plenty. They just hid under beds and
Well,
shit.
I mean, we did leave poor Dave in charge of the entire keep while we fucked off and did some cool shit elsewhere.
Bedwetter.
But also, you had the most ridiculous zealot following you, which is unsurprising because you were a bit of a zealot yourself.
Sebastian.
Sebastian. The guy you tormented.
Yeah, and I like the touch that he was just when he ascended to the top of the church, he was just brutal.
yeah, you had just
I did my job.
destroyed him inside and out. Yep.
Warped his view of Christianity.
Yeah, there's no recovering from that.
Who
Okay,
are you talking about?
Sebastian. Seb.
Yeah,
Had
are
just
we
been
getting more
mistreated.
horses?
And, sorry?
Are we getting more horses as well?
Not yet.
Oh well, I got a war horse.
When did you
Did
get
you?
that?
We went to the horse markets.
Oh, did I pick up a horse from the horse markets?
We must.
No,
have
no one else bought one.
Okay, we need to go tomorrow. I need a
But
horse.
obviously, I've still got my riding
Okay,
horse.
I mean, you don't
Oh.
need to rush, right?
think,
So
or
you're
did I
planning to
trade
be in
it in?
town for a bit longer.
I don't need a war horse, but
Like-
or should do I? How much a war horse?
I
Well-
think I do.
Because and what horses we had 2 riding horses for the carriage, didn't we?
Yeah, but we need them for the carriage. Like,
Well, yeah.
what's the cost of a war horse?
400 GP.
400. I could do that.
I'm not sure I need a war horse. I
No,
just need
I got some barding too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
don't
You're right.
I
No,
don't
the thing
remember
is, the way we chew through our horses, man. I'd like my horse to have a little bit of extra HP. You know what I'm saying? Be a little bit
Yeah.
more
So,
resilient.
yeah, that's why. Yeah, I went a little HP and a little
Where are the
you should-
horses?
you should get it some
actually
armor.
kept? Is there a whole character sheet with them?
Whole character sheet with horses.
No, like with the horse. Does each horse have its own character sheet?
It
or
used
what?
to. Yeah, we had
Yeah.
rations and.
Yeah, sure.
So is there a war horse there that's Ariel's?
I don't think it's got a. Well, it doesn't have a published character sheet that I can see.
trying to think if I do. Yeah, I need one. I need a horse. I don't know
Horse
if I
is
need a horse. Maybe I just. Oh, this
Well,
is
what's the difference in what's the?
Well,
We've got the. We'll look up in the monsters manual that we have and see whether it's worth the extra gold. For
yeah,
the
just
hit
like
points.
flick through all
So,
the section.
right, you've currently got 3 horses, right? So there's Aragon's war horse,
Yeah.
and there are 2 separate
Yeah, so I did train my riding horse.
horses.
But they're not draft
Yeah,
horses,
so we-
right? They're riding horses. Yeah.
They're
They're
riding.
riding horses, but they can pull. The carriage isn't huge.
No,
You know, they
So,
can pull the
but can we
carriage.
can we outfit?
Sure.
Can we get like saddles and stuff for them in case we ever need to abandon the carriage? Can we get, like all the bits and bobs?
I assume you've got that. Yeah, I
Yeah.
assume.
Okay.
I'm Dukes. Next time we get some free
Yeah, we'll
time,
get
I'm
you
definitely going down to the
horses.
horse market, and I'm just going to pick up a riding horse.
Sure. Well, you can maybe do that tomorrow, but like,
no,
if
let's
you want to meet Jim Bannerman, that's probably
We'll head
you-
on
you
down
probably
now.
have to get moving.
Let's
It's
head-
not the Watchman's not far off.
We'll head on down. Are you wearing armor and stuff? Aaron?
Yeah, we're taking weapons with us. We can carry them around, eh?
Well, I'm carrying a staff, so it's not really a weapon. But
Are you taking
yeah,
your
I'm-
armor and weapons?
Yes.
Okay.
which one?
You find your Aragin, you find your battleaxe is missing.
What do you mean? It's a great axe. How could that go
Yeah.
missing?
It's just gone. It's not on your character sheet.
Is it on Dash's character sheet? Does he just happen to be holding a massive?
What?
Because how would my battle great axe just disappear? Because we need that. That's the
What
only
do
way I
you-
can deal damage to stuff with the resistance.
I'll look real innocent with like this giant stick with a
Yeah, no, it's just
axe behind me.
you just got a backpack with
Dash,
like
roll me a deception check.
he's just got a huge battle axe stuffed into his
Yeah.
thing with his
So
sticking
nice.
out the end.
It's a great axe too.
Yeah.
It's-
Oh no.
Okay, Aragin, you notice the you notice the handle of
Oh, wait,
your
that should be
axe
at
is just poking out
disadvantage
of Dash's backpack.
Couldn't even lift it into your back. All right. Well, I'm just going to. Is he wearing his backpack? I'm assuming not.
Yeah. Okay. So
If he is, I'm just going to
so-
wrestle him down to the ground for it.
just swing it into
Oh,
the wall
yeah.
with the backpack.
okay. So You get your axe back.
Aren't you still 3 levels of exhausted? That
We'd
should
be
have been a
we'd be less than
disadvantage.
that now. We've had a nice sleep, I think, haven't we?
I'm
Well,
not,
you only get
I'm
one
not-
per long
I'm
rest,
not
I think,
seeing
don't you?
any exhaustion at all.
Yeah,
Oh.
let me have a look.
Hey, really?
No, I got 2 levels of exhaustion.
Yeah, so Dash will still have 3.
So
that definitely
speed.
should have been
Oh,
a
level
disadvantage.
3
Is,
exhaustion.
Yeah.
is your speed halved?
Yeah, so it's
Do you,
gonna.
do you even want to come out tonight, Dash?
Well, it's gonna take a while for us to get there. So you're gonna have to slow down with us.
Yeah,
Um,
it'll take a while for you to get there. You're just so exhausted.
Yep.
Actually, I think we're going to have to lead him on a horse or something, because if shit goes down, you're going to want that horse to flee.
Yeah, we'll take the 2 riding horses. Dash and I will take the 2 riding horses. Maynard, I think,
where are
is
you going to
probably
leave them?
throwaway.
At the at
Just
like
tied up
right now
outside.
they're in the stable, but where are you planning to leave riding horses?
At the
Well, we just tie them out at the front of the place.
yeah, like
Surely
it's
they
a
have people
saloon
on-
type thing, right?
Yeah.
Can't we just tie them at the front? I suppose
Yeah,
it's
you
a saloon.
can. Do you reckon they'll be there when you go to get them?
See, this is why we need henchmen.
Yeah, okay. Well, we can walk down. It's not really the end of the world. You can just wait for us.
Yeah.
As we slowly.
Yeah, well,
pull
yeah,
back.
he's only walking. He's not.
Yeah, we'll walk. down.
Okay. So, and okay, so you head to the Watchman. It's only a few minutes walk
We're gonna
from Tarathian Inn and Stables.
We could get ambushed here, by the way.
But, are we undercover of night?
I don't mean out in the open. I mean, at
I've
the
got my
Watchman.
swords and armor on.
Yeah. Okay. So you're taking swords and armor. Fine. So you make your way to the Watchman. Does anyone want to roll me a d20, please?
Yes,
I'll do it.
I've got pretty good
Right.
perception
13.
as well. So can I just roll as
Yeah.
You can.
well? It'd be a
Okay.
disadvantage if it's a test, though.
It's starting to get dark. I mean, we're getting near the autumn now, so like it's getting dark a bit earlier. You make your way to the Watchman. It's still fairly early in the evening and it's fairly busy. There are probably 20, 30 people in there.
Okay.
Very handsome, Dixon.
Yep. How many hit points does a riding horse have, dogs?
15 to 20.
And
You've
how
got
many-
no way to count.
How many hit points does my war horse have? Did Black Cat roll good for the 3d10 plus 3, or did I buy a nag? Because if it's got 6 hit points, I
No.
definitely want to trade it back.
I think.
It seems pretty good. Yep, it seems like it should be above average.
Oh,
I
that's a
think a
good
riding
horse.
horse is like
Aragin
14,
Aragin knows
15.
his horses. He bought a
Yeah,
tough looking horse.
I've got animal handling.
Yeah. we
Okay,
definitely do.
so
Yeah.
so you get to the Watchman.
Is it too tall for you? You like?
Where's my great axe?
Can we Doug, are we able to train Shetland ponies in the art of war? Running around on this fucking donkey.
It's a sturdy donkey, though, at least.
Was it who did that? Tilting at windmills? Don Quixote? It was a donkey, yeah. You're right. Oh no, it was a mule. Rode around. Sorry, Doug, carry on.
Okay, so you're at the Watchman, and what you find there is the lame guy up at the bar. There is a shifty looking young guy, probably about like 18 or something, helping with drinks, and there are 20, 30 people in there.
Shifty looking guy. What makes him shifty?
I just like weedy kind of furtive guy.
Like Neil.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. All right. So we're looking around for the Bannerman.
You don't see him.
Yeah.
We were going upstairs to the private room he was going to hire,
Good call.
so we won't linger in
Okay,
the
so-
common area or anything like that. We'll just
So
Like a beeline up there.
the stairs the stairs going upwards are behind the bar. What are you going to do?
So we'll just go round and talk to the barman and just quietly say we've
Not the
we're here to
shifty
see
guy.
our friend in the private room upstairs.
The shifty guy.
Is and who's your friend? and he's got an eye patch. He's got this black eye patch. He kind of like has to stumble. He's only got 1 foot.
Slippery dick, Bannerman.
Sergeant.
Oh, Jim. Right. Yeah. Okay. I will take you up. Top of the stairs, first right. What drinks do you want?
Round of ales.
I'll have some sent up soon.
Okay. I'm going to, just as we walk up the top of the stairs, I'm just going to ask the group just to hold for a second, sneak around the corner, change myself into a spider, run down the hallway, just go under the door and just have a look at what's waiting for us there.
Yeah, good, because I was going to say we go through that door assuming that we're about to be attacked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that possible to do?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so Bannofix turns himself into a spider.
Small one. It'd be no
Very
good if I was a
small
giant
spider.
spider trying to squeeze myself under that door.
Creeps
Yep.
under the door.
Yep.
And what you find inside, there is Jim in the room.
Jim Bannerman.
Jim Bannerman. And there's Mark. And they're both just wearing normal clothes. You don't see any sign of weapons or armor. And Jim says, "Oh, gee, I don't know. Well, I would have thought they'd be here by now. They might not be far off. It's only just starting to get dark." He says, I'm going to take a piss. Be back in a sec." And he steps up, walks towards the door.
I'm a scuttle to the right.
And Bannofix,
Fuck you.
who steps pretty close by.
Yep.
I need acrobatics check.
At disadvantage, I'm assuming.
Yeah, disadvantage.
The exhausted
You do get a
spider.
+2. Okay, this is a DC 10.
It's a big
Okay.
old no.
Oh, come on.
Okay. Okay,
So
Bannofix.
you're just going to appear
Yep.
under his boot, right?
But how much damage? How much damage did it do?
Bannofix.
Yep.
You scramble for safety as Jim comes striding towards the door. You make the wrong decision about which way to go. You only realize what was happening slightly too late. There is a squish, and Bannofix struggling on the floor. Jim stumbles, lands on his knees on top of you. I'm going to roll a d20 for Jim. Okay. And Mark springs to his feet and rips out a knife. There is, what are you going to do, Bannofix?
I'll put my hands up and go, "It's just me, your friend, Bannofix."
Okay. Already, Mark has got a knife at your throat.
Yeah.
What? He's putting his knife away.
Mm-hmm.
Jim helps you up, and he says, "What is this, witchcraft?"
Yeah. Let me explain. It's not witchcraft. It's just the thing I've always been able to do. I can't control
Maynard
it.
opens the door.
Yeah. And I'll be like, "These guys stood on me." Okay. And then I'll explain that, look, there's no harm in it. Nobody needs to know. I was just checking ahead for my friends just to make sure everything was safe. You know what it's been like for us. There's been people after us left, right, and centre.
Jim says, quiet. We don't know who else is around.
Yeah, we'll come in and close the door. And
I'm just going for a piss. Be back in a sec. Mark just shakes his head at the vulgar language.
I'll go.
This is,
Can I say really quick? I said I'll come with you. You have no idea how small a spider's bladder is. I really need to go, so I'll head with him.
right. They're at the end of this corridor. There's a very small room with there isn't really room for both of you to stand in here.
I'll just wait outside.
Well, I'm going first.
Yeah.
And there's a rather large chamber pot. He makes a deposit.
Sword fight? Question mark.
And he just says, what kind of magic is that?
I'll say it's a hereditary thing. It's very natural magic, nature orientated. There's nothing sinister or dark about it. It's about being one with nature, and that's the only thing I can really do. So, I'd thank you to keep it just between us. There's some people out there that don't understand.
Shh, quiet.
Okay.
He says, voices down. He says, like, I don't know if there are other people in these other rooms. Right, I don't know. But so he takes his piss. Now, Mark says, oh yeah, we've got some drinks for you, just to minimize door openings.
Oh,
says,
we're about to get some drinks delivered, so maybe we wait till they arrive before we start talking about it.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. And the shifty-looking young guy, the shifty-looking young guy brings a big tray of beers into the room. As he does, you notice Jim and Mark are trying to keep their heads down a bit. He doesn't say anything. He just lays them down on the table and leaves. Okay. So and Jim says, yeah, we heard there was this disturbance. We heard all about it. We heard you got attacked.
Yeah. Again. So we think it might have been the Binny Hill Boys behind it again, and we think we're probably going to need to get out of the city as soon as possible. You should definitely think about coming with us. This time they might not just beat the shit out of you, they might kill you to try and get information.
As well, Mark says, well, I mean, like, I hope no one's actually, you didn't get followed here, right? I mean, like, hopefully no one knows we're meeting.
Yeah, is there somewhere we can stay?
Apart from Larry, and I think I trust Larry.
Is anyone you know got a little place just out of Tarathian that we can hold up in for a few more days? We'll pay them, obviously.
Yeah, but like, wouldn't that be pretty dangerous? Have you got horses, or are you just
Yeah.
Oh, you got horses. All right. What about Heroes Palace?
Now,
They might be less likely to.
The thing is, like, in the actual city, the only place with stables is either the castle or Tarathian Inn and stables, and or what Heroes Palace does. If people are there with horses and stuff, the horses get taken out of town and looked after separately. There aren't stables in Heroes Palace, but like, that's what people do. But in the city itself, it's just, but actually people like we know, like friends. The problem is, it just seems pretty dangerous. And Jim says, well, I mean, wife and I, we don't have anywhere for horses.
Or we could possibly still leave them stabled, but us just not sleep there. But then they'll kill our mounts. I paid good gold for that damn horse.
yeah,
I'd rather die with it.
yeah, fair enough. We could just, yeah. So you're saying, So we're saying the Binny Hill Boys attacked us. That's who we think it was.
Right. Well,
But-
like from what we heard from the other guys was it was like the living dead. Like people who aren't quite alive.
Yeah, but someone has to have sent them.
Well, I mean, obviously we don't know, but
Who?
okay. But
So-
you managed to fight them off.
Just look at how ruined Dash looks.
Look at his
Yeah, you got
face.
some bad cuts.
Look at his extremly unattractive and
And
scarred
Dash
face.
is just
So-
bleeding on the table.
It's just one eye hanging out. Okay. Who? So you're familiar with the goings on in Tarathian City, yeah? You know
Well,
about.
sort of.
Can you tell me what you know about the relationship between the Binny Hill Boys and the Grass? Your perspective.
Sorry, speak up like just slightly.
Binny Hill Boys and Grasp.
Well, obviously they hate each other.
Yes, but
Well, the Binny Hill Boys attacked the Hero's Palace just a few days ago, right? And there've been a couple of other things just in the past. You know, like when did we first meet you? Just like 3 days ago or something. So there's been a couple of things since.
but you're
Yeah, so it doesn't seem like us staying at Hero's Palace is a good idea.
but you're familiar with the Binny Hill Boys, Binny Hill Boys, right? You know a few
course.
of them. You work a little bit with them occasionally. No judgments.
Well, this is like Jim says. Well, this is the thing. Like I normally cover the alleys, right? My patrol normally covers the alleys, so we cover the alleys. So we don't really have much relationship to the Binny Hill Boys directly, but I mean, obviously, a lot of the other watchmen do, and a lot of the watch take money from the Binny Hill Boys.
I see. But the alleys is
Uh,
predominantly the Grasp. Yeah.
Of course. Oh, so well, I say, of course. I mean, you're out of time. Yes, definitely the alleys
And
is strongly the Grasp.
Is it just the alleys that are strongly the Grasp?
No, not at all. The whole of the west of town is really.
So Annonside, Westgate, Southwall all be considered the Grasp? If we were trying to draw a
Yeah,
map?
but I mean there are other gangs as well. So, for example, there's the Northside Gang, right? Who I mean they're kind of like Kingside, Wood, the Middens. Sometimes there are overlaps, and sometimes the boundaries aren't really that clear, and there can be a bit of a clash. But like in general, and think this is a huge simplification, right? So I'd say the northwest of the town is the Grasp.
So Westgate, Annonside, and the alleys. Roughly.
Yeah. They're all the Grasp.
And
yeah,
so
sure.
we would say Southwall, Riverside, East Bank would be the Binny Hill Boys, or
Well, I'd say Southwall. They're kind of like thinking about this a bit, and like it does sound a bit complicated. You see, it's the south side. That's more like the sheepsiders.
Sheep Siders. Are they?
But yeah, the Grasp are definitely there. The Grasp and the sheepsiders.
I'm assuming, like, we're talking about higher percentage of occupation. We're not talking about with a presence. Just
Well, I'd say the Grasp has definitely got a presence all over the west side of town.
Yeah, and
right.
So you would know the Grasp reasonably well if you're a patroller to the alleys, yes?
Yeah, but what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm assuming if the activity or the criminal activity in that area would be mostly perpetrated by the Grasp, so you would have a good sense of ebbs and flows of activity.
Oh yeah, I'd say almost all of it.
Okay. And do you know any of the I'm assuming you have never come in contact with what I understand is called the grandfather.
No, of course not. No.
Okay. Do you have any information about him or anything that be? Obviously, you would never met the person, but do you have any information, anything about him at all?
Well, I mean, I can tell you rumors. So he doesn't. He only ever meets with senior grasp people. But if you get initiated into the grasp, you go before him, right? So if you're going to be made, you go before him, but you're not going to talk to him, not directly. You're not even going to see his face. So he'll just be sitting there. He'll just be sitting there watching you.
That's interesting.
In the darkness. Apparently, he sits very, very still, doesn't move. Like no one really sees him move.
So, by all accounts, this could be a dead nobody.
They just look at each other and they kind of laugh nervously. A dead nobody? Yeah, I can tell you one thing for sure, right? Normal members of the grasp fear him.
Of course, but have you ever heard of anybody who's actually spoken to him directly?
Yeah, like the bosses do.
And you know that for a fact, or is that hearsay?
Well, it's everything's hearsay.
Understood. Have you noticed anything over the last, let's say, 6 months changing in the alleys? Reduction in crime or intensity and searching for something, anything along those lines?
Well, I mean, the big changes recently, right? So the big change is the Binny Hill Boys attacking Heroes Palace.
Do you have any idea why that was?
Sorry?
Do you have any idea of why that was?
No, we discussed it last time we met.
Bannofix may have forgotten.
No, we don't really know. We don't really know. It's just like it seems to be just like maybe a clash over territory and stuff. Like I have tried to. The thing is, I can't really go asking questions directly of senior grass people, right? Because basically, I'll get a hiding.
Yeah.
You know, so we don't really know how it started, but it looked like BHP kind of started it.
Yeah.
But anyway, a couple of things happened just since, right? So, well, and then Mark goes, "Oh yeah, it wasn't us who investigated, but 2 Binny Hill Boys got attacked near the horsemarket by a gang of guys shouting stuff like up the grasp and this is for Heroes Palace and stuff like that." So there were 6 guys wearing masks, and some of them had knives. But the Binny Hill Boys, there were 2 of them, and they got away, no injuries. So it's a bit weird, not really sure what to make of it. So these grasp guys go over to the northeast end of town, which you wouldn't really expect the grasp over that way.
Which is the Northside Gang territory.
Oh, I don't know, maybe.
That's what you said before, Kingside and Garenwood. That would be, oh no, that's directly north. Northeast would be East Bank and the horsemarket.
Horsemarket, I'd say that could be Northside Gang. I'd say it's probably more Binny Hill Boys.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say that's more Binny Hill Boys territory, right? So like you wouldn't be surprised to see Binny Hill Boys, like known guys, just like openly walking around there. But these grasp, these 6, 7, I don't know, 6, 7 grasp guys, they go over to the north end of town, northeast of the town, looking for Binny Hill Boys, put on masks, find 2 of them, still fail to actually hurt them. And then they just like disappeared. It just seemed weird, you know?
Yeah. Pointless even.
But like the funny thing is, right?
Makes you wonder
like
if someone's trying to stir up tension. Were any of these grasp guys known to you? Or known
It
to
sounded like
people?
no one really got a good look at their faces. But the thing is, like, neither of us investigated it. We were just like trying to, like, just what we heard.
Were the people who
But-
investigated it with their beats in the Binny Hill Boys territory? Like,
Yeah, they
maybe
would
people,
be. Yeah,
people who may have
yeah.
taken
And this is the
bribes
thing,
from them
right?
in the past.
So even if you're asking questions about stuff like this now, the Binny Hill Boys, they've got a pretty good hold on the watch.
Yeah. So if Binny Hill Boys dressed up to attack Binny Hill Boys, the outcome could be that they didn't do any injury and the investigation didn't go very far.
Yeah, but like I wouldn't understand that, right? Why would they do that?
Yeah, or what if someone's paying some people to stir up tension, or someone's trying to stir up tension?
And what if the person attacking the grasp? What if the
Maybe we
person
should
attacking the
ask
grasp wasn't
Slick
Binny Hill
Dicky
Boys?
about that. Or Slick Jimmy.
And what if the people attacking Binny Hill? Yeah. Okay. What was the other thing that happened? You said there were two things.
Well, if you go talking to like Slick Dicky or something, obviously, right? Don't let on about any mention to us.
Of course not.
Oh, definitely not.
But you said there was more than one
Not
thing
that we've
happened.
not that we've got a problem with them right now,
Yeah,
but
you don't want to make.
I already got a hiding because of like they know that I know you guys.
Right.
And the other thing that happened was yesterday. So there's a grasp guy called Dobbs, and he got a beating from this made Northside Gang man called Bill Robb up Kingside. So that's quite interesting because the grasp is bigger and stronger than the Northside Gang. And Mark talked to Dobbs afterwards, but he wouldn't say much. And then Mark just says, yeah, he wouldn't explain how it started, which is what you'd expect. Might not be obvious to you guys, but it just seemed really interesting that a made Northside guy like Bill Robb would do that to a known grasp guy. And then Jim
Unless
asks,
they got some kind of deal with the BHBs.
Maybe.
how bad did he get beaten, Mark? And Mark just says, well, yeah, his lips got pulverized and one eye was like puffed up so he couldn't see through it. Probably nothing like really serious, but quite a beating, I'd say.
Where did it happen?
That was Kingside.
Just
Do you
out.
know Kingside?
No, but just out in the open, just like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where is Kingside? Oh yeah, up there.
Yes, north.
Kingside is just north of the alleys. It's kind of, some of Kingside is definitely grasp territory. Some of it's Northside Gang. I couldn't really say exactly where the boundary is, and maybe but like generally, Northside Gang and the grasp have had a truce, right? So this is interesting.
How do we know? And
this is Jim, by the way.
Yeah.
Sorry, you know
Mark.
Jim, and
Mark is the
and
other
this
guy.
is Mark.
How do we know that it was the Binny Hill Boys that attacked Heroes Palace, by the way? Was it just because they were recognized? Or were they just shouting up the Binny Hill Boys?
Yeah, they attacked it quite openly.
So people were recognized from the Binny Hill Boys. Okay, so we know
not by
for
me,
sure.
but so I heard, right? So I heard
So
from.
you heard from.
So I heard from people in that's the word. That's the word on the street, kind of thing.
Okay, and you're comfortable that
because some of the grasp guys will know the Binny Hill Boys by face. I wasn't there, so I just have to assume that's true.
Right. Okay, and now
but basically there were dozens of people there, so
right, they would recognize them. Okay,
but then, but like I kind of get what you're driving at, and like how do we know, right? How do we know this wasn't like some staged thing?
and in your thoughts, Jim and Mark, If the attack on the Hero's Palace, how much damage was done? What sort of, did anybody lose their lives? I cannot remember this at all. But what was the
Yeah.
Who lost their lives?
So what I'm going to, like, Jim remembers straight away. I'm just going to have to check some notes.
Yep. Oh, he's noted down whose eyes, so it must be important.
Okay, so it's about 20 Binny Hill Boys.
Yep.
Went and smashed up Hero's Palace. So some grasp associate, not someone important, just some low-level thug. He got his throat cut. And a lot of other people got stabbed but not killed. One of the girls got knocked out, but she lived. And one of the Binny Hill Boys got shot by a crossbow, but he got away. And they started a fire, didn't do much damage. It was out in a couple of minutes. And that was 3 weeks ago. So coming up to 4 weeks.
And nobody was missing afterwards, right? Nobody was taken out of the place, kidnapped in any way, shape, or form. There was nothing like it was like general destruction. There wasn't like a couple of rooms that were targeted or anything like that. Do you know?
Not that I heard of.
So
just a reminder for Bannofix, because the Binny Hill Boys are also demanding protection money, like in the east of the center, where normally it would be the grasp. The grasp covered the center, but it looks like the Binny Hill Boys are like muscling in on east of the center.
Okay, and east of, like, the center is actually, we're talking about lawn markets and the town, and that's where Hero's Palace is around there.
Hero's Palace is in the alleys, right?
Right. Okay. But at the edge of the alleys closer to the center? Like, is that where we're thinking? Because, all right, so 20...
Well, no, Binny Hill Boys have never come as far as the alleys, right? I mean, like, no, when we're talking about protection money, we're talking about like where you're staying, right?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to ask is that if okay, so follow me here. 20 BHB guys, and let's not be gender specific. There may be some girls amongst them. Go into the Hero's Palace, smash the shit up, right? But they only stab one person and kill a low-level thug, or rather, knock out a girl.
They stabbed several people.
Right, but they're not trying to kill a bunch of people. They're sending a message, yeah.
Or I guess so. I mean, they did kill one guy.
So, and
they killed a grasp associate.
Given his
so was cut, you can't say the whole thing was staged.
No, but
did they target him? I mean, did they turn up there to actually kill that guy?
What was the guy's name?
It was Andrew someone. We could find out.
Yeah, that'd be good. Andrew.
Okay.
I'm just gonna.
And Mark says, well, okay. This is he says, yeah, you know that guy Sam. This is what I heard from him. Okay, so this. Okay, it doesn't matter who Sam is, right? Sam was just basically, let's say, a customer. He was a customer having a drink, right? But this guy got killed, this Andrew guy. He kind of he stood up and he pulled a knife out, and then he just got mobbed by 3 of the Binny Hill Boys. He got knocked down, and one of them cut his throat. So I'm going to guess they didn't come looking for him.
Okay.
Right? He just didn't run fast enough.
Okay.
He pulled a knife out to defend himself, kind of thing.
Who was the girl that got knocked out?
Who was she? I would have to find out. It was just a bar girl.
Just a bar girl. Okay. Any of the ladies of the night hurt in any way?
Not that I know. Okay, so the thing is, right? If I go asking questions, people know I'm asking questions, right? So if there are specific things you want to know, I can do that. But if I'm asking questions, the grasps know I'm asking questions, and the grasp, if I'm asking questions they don't want asked, they'll start asking questions of me.
Understood.
You know what I'm saying? So if that makes sense. So yeah, I'm allowed to do my job as a watchman, but only to a point, as long as I don't go digging too deep. But,
so if I'm gonna summarize the current situation, Binny Hill Boys have started their racketeering a little bit further west than they normally would have.
Yeah.
They have attacked Hero's Palace, we think, with 20 odd people just to smash the place up, and there seems to be an incidental death. But beyond that, nobody was killed or nobody was targeted that we're sure of. Shortly after that, there was what we perceive as being a retaliation attack in Hillside, or the horsemarket, where two Binny Hill guys
It wasn't
were
shortly afterwards. It was just like a couple of days. It was just like, when was it? And he says, it was the day before yesterday.
Day before yesterday.
So this is like 3 weeks later.
Right, 3 weeks later, two Binny Hill Boys were jumped by 6 or 7 people in masks, shouting that they were from the Grasp. And then
sort of.
Also, Dobbs from the Grasp was beaten by Bill Robb, who's from the Northside Gang in Kingside.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a tangled web.
Does sound like the Grasper on
That's
the wane.
Grasper on the what?
Wane. They're on the downslide of their
Possibly.
power.
Yeah, no.
Especially if the BHBs and the
it's
Northside Gang.
It's difficult to say if they're waning or BHBs getting bold.
I get that,
right?
but the thing is, the Grasp have still got a couple of hundred guys, right? The Grasp are still powerful. And they're just sitting back.
Have you ever heard of the Grasp chucking on masks and yelling, "I'm from the Grasp," as they beat the shit out of somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, because basically, right, if there's some guy in the Grasp who's got any trouble with someone, he's probably going to just let someone know that he's in the Grasp.
Is a mask a thing that they do, though? Do they chuck on masks before they kick the shit out of people?
No, they normally do it pretty openly so that, no, they do it pretty openly so that, you know.
Was it weird for you that they, I know you didn't see it, but the idea of them chucking on masks, was that a bit weird for you?
Bit weird. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it is.
Do you know who the two guys that were being beaten?
Yeah. I know. One of them. I mean, so his name was Alex Fleming.
Where do I recognize that name from? Alex Fleming. It's from something, isn't it? Anyway, sorry. That's not.
But he got away, right?
Yeah.
He didn't get beaten. He got away. He ran
got away.
off.
Okay. And
the BHP guys. I mean, the Grasp guys had knives, and the BHP guys. There were only 2 of them, and they just ran. Now, I don't really know Alex Fleming, but he's a known BHP guy. He's because like we don't really have anything to do with the BHP, not directly. And this Alex Fleming guy, he is a known BHP guy.
Alex Fleming was a guy who discovered penicillin.
Yeah, he's. Yeah.
Okay. So, what is this all telling us? Like, surely
that it's definitely not safe in Tarathian at the moment, and we should, all of us, get out of here for a while as soon as we can. Sounds like some bad stuff's going to go down here soon.
Well, Mark says we were just hoping to keep a low profile.
I suspect we've been getting followed. So, well, we know we've been getting followed at times. So
Well, we shouldn't really meet up.
we need somewhere better to fly under the radar.
Perhaps if there's an opportunity, every day we have to be at the castle blacksmith in order to reduce this man's crotch size to fit the codpiece. Well, reduce the codpiece to fit his crotch size. Maybe that's an opportunity if you happen to be nearby as a watchman. We could have a brief conversation then. That would look less suspicious, I suspect.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose. Well, the thing is, like, normally, like during the daytime, I might be in the castle, might be in the alley, so I can't really. Yeah, maybe if there's a particular time that we could kind of find an excuse to get back there.
Whatever's a time for you, we can make. We are pretty much just hanging back.
So, so where were you thinking in the castle?
Blacksmith.
And the armorer? Would we just come and talk to you, or like how?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not. It's not.
People would see it though, right?
Yeah, I guess some of the other guards.
The grass,
and watchmen
the grass people might not see it.
Do you have a reason to visit the armorer each day? Like maybe we could give you some coin to order a new helmet, and you appear there and just
yeah,
get your helmet fitted. Happens to be at the same time. It's a good reason why we're both there.
Sure, can do. The only thing is, and Mark just says, like frankly, right? The Binny Hill Boys have definitely got some spies in the castle.
Oh, for sure. But all
That's
we want,
obvious, right?
I think all I want to know at this point, and I'm looking at Aragin to see if this is okay, because Dash is probably unconscious, is if anybody that was in that market recognizes any one of those 6 to 7 dudes before they put their mask on. So if you can ask any discreet questions from anybody who might have been there, even if you're asking your fellow watchmen, it's like, who saw that, man? That must have been maybe some of the regulars in the horse market might have been there and seen it happen, and maybe they can give you an idea who or anyone was behind the mask, who was behind the mask, just to make sure.
Sure,
was actually
could definitely ask that. I'm just not like really optimistic that.
I'll hand him over 10 gold, and I'll say perhaps you can use this to like grease the palms just a little bit of anybody that's there. Maybe they want to make a few extra coin.
Okay, they look at each other and they're thinking. And Mark says, "We've got to find some excuse to be like around the horse market. How are we going to do that?" I mean, Jim says, "Well, we can ask to swap. You can ask to swap or something, but we've got to do it without being suspicious."
Maybe just say you're in the market to pick up a new riding horse and you want to swap just so you can spend the day walking around there checking out the merchandise.
Yeah, like I can afford a riding horse. We're just going to buy a racehorse or, but yeah. You know, we'll come up with some investigation where we have to go there, right? No, going there is not suspicious, right? What's suspicious is like asking a whole lot of questions. But yeah, okay, that's a lot of money.
Would it be easier if we just, if I handed over 40 gold, which is the rough cost of a riding horse, at least you could have it on you? So maybe you could haggle a little bit with the peeps.
No, man, that's too much money.
No, but I need a riding
horse. Gold.
I need a riding horse. So I would like you to buy one for me, if that's okay. And that way you can spend my money buying a riding horse and have a really good reason to be there.
How are we going to explain that?
Well, I don't know. Who could you be buying a riding horse for? Maybe your aged uncle, or maybe somebody wants you to pick up a riding horse you can send up to their farm, something along those lines. I'm sure you can spin it some way, but at least I'm giving you the gold, and you can give me the riding horse afterwards. That works out nicely for everybody. That way, I don't have to go to the horse market. You get to ask the questions. We can meet back at the blacksmith. You can regale me the tale of who beat the shit out of the two BHB. This plan is foolproof.
Also,
And I'll slam my
Bannofix.
mug down on the table. The plan is foolproof.
Bannofix, can you roll me a persuasion check, please?
Oh, this is going to be awful because I'm at disadvantage. Okay, let me try.
can he use guidance?
Ooh,
Yeah, he can
actually,
use guidance on
Bloody
himself.
good.
yeah,
That's
okay,
very good.
cool. If I can add D4 onto that then? But it's
Yeah,
14.
go for it.
So plus
Oh,
3.
17.
17.
Are you any good at persuasion?
No.
You get a -1.
Okay.
No, my charisma's really low. So I'm like,
All right.
trust me.
Now this is something pretty amazing. You never realized Bannofix could be so persuasive. They seem very reluctant. He talks them over. They've got no idea what a horse costs. Aragin will though.
75 GP you'll need for a
Plus,
I'll hand over
horse,
75.
believe.
Yeah.
plus saddles.
Oh,
Well,
I'll hand
no,
over.
we've got saddles.
I'll tell you what. I'll hand over 90, and I'll say whatever you save. Don't give me a fucking nag. Whatever you save, you can keep. So haggle hard, sir. I want
You're
you
getting a
invested in the lie. Haggle hard.
All right, so we're taking off.
Okay.
We're taking off 100 gold pieces altogether, right?
That's not a bribe, eh?
The
How
horse has
does, how has he not got any money?
I've got a shitload of money.
Oh yeah, he has. Yeah, sorry.
You're gonna put
There
an
you
age limit on that horse?
I don't think it'll matter. It's not going to last more than a year.
So basically, it's 100 in total, right? Because you already gave him 10. So you give him 100 in total.
Yeah.
And
So
they're,
10 for
they're gonna-
bribes, 90 for
Can we call
purchasing
this
mounts.
one knackers? The knackers or something?
No, we'll call them. I'll call them
Hospital
glue.
knackers.
I'll call them glue. That's what I call 'em. Or
Okay.
dog roll.
Yeah.
Cool.
And Mark says, "Man, we're gonna get ourselves in trouble." This is, but yeah, let's do it. And they're kind of excited, but I mean, it does seem pretty dangerous. They are a bit worried about this, but they're going to do it. Okay.
Now,
So we're gonna find out.
I want to just say to him as well, you know, we have been making some friends in some high places, so rest assured, we will look after you if anything goes sideways.
Yeah. So anyway, we've told you tons. What are you planning?
Well, that's what we're still trying to work out. We don't know whether we want to poke the Binny Hill Boys any further at the moment. And the grass seem as dodgy as anything.
Right now,
Yeah, they both are.
Right now, we are balancing on a bridge made of balsa wood,
Yeah.
and we don't know which way to step. So
Yeah.
we are just waiting to gather as much information as humanly possible before we make our next move.
Ideally, we need somewhere we can crash or stay that's a bit safer. We need to know where we can buy paint that's not a horrific yellow color.
But I'll date paint is an important question. Do you have the answer to where we can get some good paint?
Yeah, where would?
Yeah. You should be able to buy some at the lawn market and maybe even the horse market. The horse market's big.
Here's an extra few gold. If you could grab us a very large pot of paint while you're there, that would be ideal. Preferably crimson.
So wait a minute. We can't just like walk around with all this stuff, like visiting the armorer.
Do you need a hand
just-
cart? Because we have one of
Maybe
those.
a lunch break or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I understand.
And then
Maybe.
take it back to the blacksmith, and we'll pick it up from there in the afternoon. Just let us know when.
I mean, if you want us to get the paint, we can go to the lawn market. That's not a problem. Just
Yeah,
look
I
at
we'll
reckon-
get the paint. We'll get the paint.
We'll get the paint. You get the horse.
Okay. And we're gonna just try and meet you at the armorer at some point. We're gonna find an excuse to see you at the armorer.
We'll
The
hang
thing
out
is,
there.
it's going to be random, right? It's going to be random if we run into you there or not.
Well, what
'Cause we
time
can't
do
be
you?
sitting around there all day.
What time do you finish your watch? Because maybe if you arrange to pick up and pay for the horse, then you'll know what time you're picking up the horse, and we can arrange to meet you at the armorer.
And also, we can
So
hang out
so,
at the
yeah,
armour for
tomorrow-
as long as we need, if need be.
Tomorrow in Mark says, yeah, we're gonna like early tomorrow, probably like late afternoon.
Okay.
We'll
Yeah.
be at the armorer. Like we could go then.
Plus, you have no idea how much work needs to go into this cod piece. So we could be there all afternoon. Plenty of time. In terms of what it is that we're trying to do here, I can tell you this. Something really bad is happening in Tarathian. We're just unclear as to who are the people that are doing it. Is it the Grasp? Is it BHB?
Okay, well,
Is it
like,
both?
what do you mean something really bad? Because I mean, there've been a lot of people killed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you talking about? Are you talking about the gang fights, or are you talking about like?
We're
well,
talking
the,
about
the undead things that attacked us last night were.
That's right. And it seems to
horrific.
be coinciding with the imminent possibility of a contested succession. We're a little concerned that powers are shifting, and it's feeling a little dangerous here.
So what about the like? What about the arson and the poisoning earlier? Is that like related?
Well, I think one of these groups did it. Whether or not it's related to the succession is entirely unsure. Again, we don't have all of the answers yet, which is why we're needing your help to piece it together. Do you know anything about the poisoning?
Yeah, but we told you everything we know.
Did you haven't found
Like
out anything
the
else?
Somervilles, that's back like months ago now.
That's right, but you haven't found anything else out about that. There's been no further
No,
investigation. Out of
no.
curiosity, was anybody suggesting that you should lay off that investigation in any way, shape, or form?
No, it seemed like that. The Lord Inquisitor investigated that pretty like thoroughly. He wasn't that bothered about. Yeah, no, that was investigated pretty thoroughly. I mean, he doesn't seem that bothered about fighting between the Binny Hill Boys and the Grasp. But the Somervilles, they were like important people. So were the Morrows.
So, do you know if the Morrows? Sorry, I might have missed that. Do you know if the Morrows or the Somervilles had any relationship with either BHP or the Grasp?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Yeah, we don't know that, but like I can say that the Morrows certainly he like Morrow especially. I mean, the Somervilles, he was a business guy, and he had bits of land up and down the duchy. Lord Morrow, he was even more important. He's the kind of guy that you'd be very polite to, and he'd be in at the ducal court quite often. He'd be talking to Lord Chancellor, Lord Inquisitor, that kind of thing.
Morrow.
Yeah, he's pretty important. Like not really, not right at the top, but he's the sort of person who would know these people.
And it was connected with the Inquisitor.
Well,
and the Chancellor.
He's definitely talked to him.
Right. But what about some?
He's not like some Grasp kind of
no.
street muscle.
No, it's not. But what about Somerville? Were they ever? How important were they in the scheme of things?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd say probably less important than Lord Morrow, but like Morrow is an actual aristocrat, right? Somerville's, I mean, they were rich, but important. Yeah, they were definitely. I don't know if they were aristocrats, but they were certainly, like pretty important, I would say.
Okay.
So, like, why? Why are you asking? Why do you think? Like, what are you thinking?
Well, I mean, a whole well-respected family was wiped out, and then all the turmoil that's currently going on, leading up to the Duke being unwell and about to kick the bucket, the possible issues with succession.
But he's sort of been sick for years, right?
But it seems like it's coming to a head.
And Mark says, it's it's his own fault. He got syphilis, right?
Oh. From the.
Well, who knows? But he's certainly spread it to a few. He's certainly spread it to a few women.
Did he happen to? Yeah, okay, fair enough. It was good enough.
And this is going back a long time.
It was good enough for Henry VIII. It's good enough for him. But did he frequently use the services of? I don't know if you know this, but of the Heroes Palace.
Mark looks at Jim and shrugs, and Jim says, not since I've been. I mean, back when he was young, who knows? It wouldn't surprise me.
Right.
Is it? Well, I've heard a rumor that back many years ago, he used to have visitors.
Right.
Yeah, but this is back before my time.
Okay.
He's quite old now. He's definitely old and sick. He can barely walk.
I'm just going to say, this is out of game, but those Somervilles were actually my cousins in some way. Side note.
Yeah. Yep. They're like ready for the clean sweep.
Yeah, exactly. So they just fuck
How
up.
does that make you feel? Because I was looking at that thinking, oh, that would really concern me when that penny dropped.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm next.
Well, but the thing is, you're the only one. You and me are the only one. I'm more concerned with my dad being on the list. But Aragon's number 2.
Okay, now obviously you can't have conversations like this out of game.
Of course
not. So Jim says, what list?
Well, the metaphorical list. Everyone, they seem to be after us, and so we're assuming they've got a list with our names on it somewhere. It's just something. It's an in-house.
Who's they?
That's the question, isn't it? Who is they? We don't know who keeps attacking us, who keeps sending random undead creatures into our room to beat the shit out of us, who's smacking over people left, right, and centre, who's attacking us.
Mark says, yeah, like we're taking a huge risk even talking to these guys.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I know.
But I think you're now in it with us.
That's why you should come with us. It's much safer.
So what we need you to do is really just do that thing tomorrow, take your extra gold off the top, come meet us at the blacksmith, give us that information. Hopefully we don't have to ask anything more of you. But we've got to figure out what's happening here. For your safety as well as for us.
Is that a veiled threat?
Jim says, yeah, well, I mean...
To Dash to start laughing. Is that a veiled threat, Bannofix?
Yeah.
No, it's a concern.
Basically, I've been threatened by the Grasp, been threatened by Binny Hill Boys, and now I'm getting threatened by this guy.
No.
Look at his head.
He says, yeah. Life here is just getting harder and harder.
No,
and we don't get paid enough.
You're not being threatened by us. You're not being threatened by us. We're just pointing out how threatening Tarathian is. And we want to do something to help fix it if we possibly can. But if that means leaving it, that's another option. You're going to
start notching onto your quarterstaff?
Mark says, okay, well, like quite seriously, like I've been thinking about this, and I'm thinking of there's a place, there's a well, you know, there's a town up north called Dunskara.
Yep.
And the Lord who runs that place is hiring mercenaries. I'm thinking of going there.
Oh, fuck no.
We would pay you 4 times what they would, and it'd be much safer. That guy's in league with bloody werewolves.
This is important that you keep this confidential, good sir. But the potentate of Dunskara is a ne'er-do-well. Yes, he is eliciting services of that Medine group. I don't know if you've heard about them.
Okay, so Bannofix, are you basically going to give them the whole story about that?
No, I'm just going to give them that much.
Or a fair bit.
Yeah. enough to suggest to them that heading to Dunskara is a really bad idea.
Okay, they look pretty intimidated as you tell them your embellished version of it doesn't even need to be that embellished. Your embellished version of how bad the Wolf of Dunskara is.
Yep.
I heard they set people on fire up there just for like crowd entertainment.
Well, they try to set people on fire. You know, it might not be the right person, but we don't need to get into that.
Well, we watched someone burn.
So here's the thing: it's important.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did watch a person burn. So Jim and Mark, it's really important to know this: that everything is connected here. Something bad is happening, but it's happening everywhere. So unfortunately, there's nowhere to really run. We just need to figure this problem out in Tarathian, and we need your help to do it. And we don't know who the bad guys are yet. And that's what we need your help for. And it's going to be doing both you and us a favor, because it's difficult to know who to trust right now. And we're taking a big leap trusting you.
But you've always been helpful.
Well, yeah, okay. So we can try and we'll buy a horse and we'll inquire about what we can find out.
That's right. Now, buy an indescript horse, one that's not going to be like, don't get a big blaze on the front or something that's really balls obvious that you bought a horse and now I have it. Buy something that's like a bog standard roan or a chestnut or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure.
But make it with pretty eyes.
You got all this? And Mark's got his notebook out.
I'll give you a massive bonus if you find a horse with a dick-shaped colouring or like
on its head,
or a birthmark or something.
Like a black kind of face mask that kind of
Maynard points out,
like
Maynard
fucking
points out
Zorro. You want Zorro the horse?
Maynard points out that when it's wearing a pendant around its neck with a bear penis attached to it, that's probably going to attract most of the attention away from what the actual horse's natural markings might be.
Oh yeah.
All right. So they've got a lot to talk about and they've got a lot to drink. It
might be worth us leaving you to your,
Okay. So after a couple of hours drinking, you've got a job for them to do. Is there anything else you want them to do?
I can't think of anything else at this point. I think that's the next step in terms of information. I do think we might need them for something else after we go to the ball and do our schmoozing, just to fill in some gaps.
Assuming you get
so Jim says there's okay, you say you don't know who to trust. There is one guy I do trust, right? Larry downstairs, he's pretty good.
Which one is he? The shifty one or the dude with the eye patch?
I don't know the other guy, the young guy. I don't know. He's just some help.
Is he new?
The guy with the eye patch. I mean, the thing is, right?
Is the young shifty guy new?
Oh yeah, I think he's new. Yeah.
My suggestion would be not to say anything in front of him.
Right, of course. I mean, this doesn't really feel all that safe, but it's probably the safest you're going to get in Tarathian. Talking to you at the armor, yeah, that seems like okay, we can do that, but it doesn't seem really safe.
Well, we're trying to find an area that was naturally safe for you. If you've got a better suggestion, rock on with it, man.
Maybe here.
Okay.
The thing is, see the armor. I mean, that's a lot of guys there. There's about 20 guys.
Yeah, but let's not build a habit of this. So if we meet here next time, the following time, if we need anything else, we should meet at the armor. And maybe next time, we'll change it to the lawn markets and happen to bump into each other there. But let's keep changing it around the place, yeah?
Yeah, okay. So next time the armor.
Next time the armor.
Afternoon with that horse.
So, do you want to do the armor for this time, or do you want to do it for next time?
Whichever. Whatever you think.
Let's go armor.
When do you want to meet up?
Let's go armor.
I don't know how long it takes to buy a horse. I've never bought a horse before.
Let's go armor tomorrow afternoon, and then next time we meet, it'll be back here. Yeah. I'm just a little skeptical about the sly-faced weasel that's working downstairs. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Sure. Okay. So, are you like basically you're gonna have a few drinks, right? And then you're gonna head off before they do.
Yes, but I am actually going to, if I get to a secluded space outside, it's dark, shapeshift into a wee dog, and just hang about around the outside, just watching the comings and goings, and just looking for anything suspicious for about 30 minutes before I head off.
Okay, so it's not long before midnight before you are all heading back to the Tarathian Inn and Stables. Jim and Mark, their plan is to stay just a little bit longer, an extra quarter of an hour, and just finish some of that beer that was still left that's already been paid for. Because, it has to be done. Now, everyone by now is pretty smashed. Everyone's tired. Everyone's really tired. There are injuries and so on. Everyone's pretty smashed. So you leave the Watchman. Okay. So you leave the Watchman, which is basically near the Red Veil Gate. From the Watchman, you're gonna is everyone heading back? Like, are you just like going around the corner and turning into a dog or something? Or
yep.
Yeah.
For half an hour.
And then you're gonna follow them back? Or what are you
I'm
do?
I'm gonna hang out around the inn and just watch Mark and Jim leave. And just keep an eye if anybody might be following them. But also,
Right.
I'll keep one eye on my mates and whether or not they're being followed as well.
Yeah.
But I'm just kind of keeping watch. And then after about half an hour, I'll pad off after my mates and head back to the inn so I get there before.
Okay, cool. So, can Bannofix please roll me at disadvantage? Or first we'll do wild shape into the Greyhound.
Yeah, I am going to take a shit somewhere as well on a doorstep.
Yeah, it's time for that.
Indiscriminate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to have to do Mastiff. Okay. So
it'll be a big. It's going to be a big one.
Yeah. My daughter's dog did one in the back garden. Oh, it's not really her dog; it's a borrowed dog. It's like a pit bull. It's a giant pit bull cross thing.
A, how do you borrow a dog? B, why would you ever borrow a pit bull? That's
so like a flatmate's dog.
Okay.
So you go around the corner and you do that. Everyone else is leaving. So Bannofix, can you roll me and you can use guidance on this as well.
Cool, I will.
Can you roll me a perception check, please?
And I'm pretty good at perception. But it's a disadvantage. 20, but I got an 8. So let me roll my d4. 2. Plus 7, I think, for perception. Should be 17.
Okay. So basically this comes to a 10. Oh, perception. So this comes to a 10 and you're getting plus 3.
I thought it was plus 7. Not plus
7? Yeah,
seven?
not in master form, right? So this is, you roll a 10.
Is that true? Do I not get it in, do I not get my proficiency bonus or wisdom bonus in master?
Actually, I think maybe this should be an insight check.
Why am I worse at that? Actually, I'm
I just think it should be insight. But anyway, that's fine.
I'm plus 7 at insight anyway.
So what you see, I think this insight describes this better.
I'm plus
okay.
7.
There's a fair amount of singing.
Yep.
There's some very drunken singing from inside the Watchman. There are only about a dozen people left, but they're pretty merry. You're just hanging around a corner. This I got you recognize him from the Watchman. He comes out of the Watchman. He's humming to himself, stumbling about, takes a piss against the wall, and goes inside. And as soon as he's inside, you catch sight of someone creeping off in the direction. And this is only like 60 seconds after you've turned into dog form. Your friends are now out of sight, but you know the direction they went. And this guy is creeping off in their direction.
All right. I'm going to...
It does look a bit suspicious.
I'm going to follow this dude. At distance, but K9 should be able to see quite clearly in the evening.
Okay, so now what I need is a stealth check.
Stealth check.
At
disadvantage, but with guidance?
At disadvantage, yeah, that's fine, yep.
Okay.
Actually, can you do guidance when you're in dog form? I don't think so.
Well, I'll go 14 anyway.
You're rolling really well.
That's nice. Okay.
Yeah, it's quite lucky.
So, and you're in greyhound form, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll be like super, you know. Plus, I'm not sure it would matter too, because if like they see me padding along, it's like turn around and go, oh, and the dog will go.
Okay.
You know.
By now, you're
definitely
ready to. You're definitely a bit backed up. There's going to be. It is definitely time for the dog turn, but you're following this guy behind. You are 95% sure. He's like slowing it down a bit for corners, taking a careful look around the corner, and he's heading in the direction of the Tarathian inn and stables.
Okay. I am going to keep following him and see where he posts up.
Okay.
Because I'm assuming he's going to follow us back and just, you know.
He waits for some apparently unrelated person to walk on by, and then he heads to the door of the Tarathian inn and stables. The bar and reception there. It's fairly quiet. There are a few people there. There's a receptionist, and he heads to the door. You assume that you've mainly caught up with your friends, but you're not too far. You're not too sure how far ahead. He just goes near the door, like just looks in slightly. It's definitely suspicious. He's have a quick listen, and then he just like looks around, and he starts heading off back the direction you've come from.
Right. Okay, so he's coming back towards me.
He is, but you've got time. I mean, it's dark by now, right?
Yeah.
And so, actually, like, I wouldn't mind knowing what's the weather like. Okay. And
I can get a good look at him, right?
Well, let's see how much. Yeah, there's no moon whatsoever. It is pretty dark.
So what I'm going to do?
Yeah. So let's have a. Let's roll another stealth check.
Well, what I do is this. Can I pad out like I'm just a dog, you know, looking for a bone, into his sort of direct path, like head sort of off to the side, but kind of towards him, and then just stop for a second, and then just fucking just squeeze out this massive shit, just while I'm looking him directly in the face, just as he's coming towards me, so I can get a really good look of what he looks like.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Now it is dark. It is dark, right? So okay, so let's
Yeah, but I'm
roll
a dog, right? I should be able to. Right.
Yeah, let's roll a perception check.
Performance check.
Yeah, and a performance check. Performance check first.
Performance check. Disadvantage for a performance check?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay.
Too tired, just throwing one
2. I just shit down my back leg.
Exhaustion. The exhaustion.
Okay.
You get stage fright and just go do it.
Now I'll roll a perception check. So I just look at him with this desperate look of fucking help me get this out.
Okay, there's a squeaky fart. There's a squeaky fart, but apparently what you're looking forward to is stuck. There might need to be a bit more pushing later on.
All right, I might just angle my
there
ass.
There is a squeaky dog fart, and now
perception.
And now perception check, please.
All right. Oh, that's a cock die. There's a 1.
Okay. You're looking up at his face. There is a bit of light, but all you see is like because of the backlight, he's pretty.
How far away from the inn am I right now? Like in terms of feet?
Like 100 feet or something.
100 feet within yelling range.
He just stops, looks down slightly, and he just says, "Motherfucker," and he just like walks around you.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop wild shape as he walks around behind me, and I'm going to yell, "Dash, Aragin!" And then I'm going to cast the water sphere on him.
Okay. So Bannofix. So hang on. Let's assign location first.
Could have been whole person.
So we are going back to the time. Okay.
Fake news.
Quite nice streets.
And
it'd be great if it shot him back out towards you guys too. And I'm assuming you guys can hear this because I'm yelling real loud.
Yeah, I thought you were going to bark at him.
No. But, I mean, how are you going to know the bark was for you?
Well, we knew you were going to follow us in dog form.
True. Maybe I can do the barking before I do the yelling. Is enough to reverse?
Okay, so Bannofix, can you roll initiative, please?
I'll bark at SOS. Okay, roll initiative. Well, hang on. This is a surprise attack. There's no fucking way he's going to expect that dog to pop up and do a water.
Roll initiative.
Okay. 19.
Okay, 19.
How many levels of exhaust today? You don't get disadvantage on attack rolls or anything, do you?
You don't need to attack roll.
No, he doesn't. He gets speed half though.
Oh, it's just cast. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, speed half.
Yeah, I'm not getting it right, but
Bannofix, can you roll me? Can you roll me a stealth check again, please?
Now, before I set roll on this, are we suggesting that in dog form, he's just watching me try to take a shit, and I'm like, and he's like, and he goes, "You fucker," and walks around me, and then I just appear and cast watery sphere, and you're thinking he might know that I was a weird dog.
Yeah, I want to see how much time he's got to react. Let's do a stealth check.
Okay.
Unfortunately, also disadvantage, but that is impressive. Okay.
It's my time.
Okay.
You get 3 surprise rounds.
He's slightly shaking his head as you drop wild shape form. He's got just enough time to turn around as you cast watery sphere.
Yep.
And we obviously come legging it out the end as soon as we hear the yelling.
Yeah, I wouldn't assume that. Okay, so let's read watery sphere.
What do you mean?
So he's got to do a strength saving throw. Okay, I'm going to have to roll this in. Yeah, unfortunately, Black Cat doesn't do this. So it doesn't do it all.
Now I am going to roll it towards the inn, by the way.
So I'm going to roll a d20. Okay,
Ooh,
he
nice.
fails his strength check.
He's in.
On a successful ejected, huge or larger creature succeeds. He's not huge or large. Fails straight. He's restrained and engulfed by the water.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now, I'm just going to use my turn to roll his ass towards the inn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you got 100. How big was this sphere? Do you remember?
It's
You can see from your character sheet if you like right
yeah,
click on
I'm
your
just
character sheet.
going to check it. I think it's 5, but watery sphere.
Okay.
10-foot radius, so it's 20 foot.
So it's huge.
It's a big fucking
This
sphere.
is big bubble of water. This guy's like floundering around in the middle.
Yeah.
And you're rolling it towards the end. Okay. Now, no one else is going to be coming quickly, right? But
What do you mean? We would have been waiting for him.
They wouldn't be going up to
Yeah.
the... I don't know if they'd
but
be...
Typically
like,
the
I don't
plan
know
was
if you're
to-
going to hear him, right?
Oh, I
So
yelled,
he is
remember?
shouting.
I yelled.
Sorry?
I yelled
Yeah,
for
it doesn't,
Aragin
well, it
dash.
doesn't necessarily mean that people inside a building are going to hear you automatically.
All right, but I'm going to keep
okay.
yelling Aragin dash every chance I get.
And now I'm going to roll another strength save for him. Okay, that's going to fail. I have to do it manually, but I assume that fails.
I'm going to roll him
So he's
again.
restrained. What can he do? So what he
How far can you
does,
roll
he
him each round?
draws a
It's 2
short
rounds of
sword.
rolling now.
Yep.
He draws a short sword. And how far can you roll it?
Well, he's restrained. He can't draw shit.
Yeah, he can't draw shit.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yep.
What's the spell called?
Watery sphere.
That's right.
I need to Google it because that's not the full description. Yeah.
Yeah, no, sorry. So I can get it. It's all right. I've got it on Black Cat. I didn't have it. Like. Just need to.
As an action, you can move the sphere
up to 30 feet in a straight line.
Up to 30 feet straight line.
Now you said I was 100 feet away, which by the time I move it the second time, I'm 40 feet away, and I'm yelling for those guys to come out.
Yeah. Okay. So can everyone else? Yeah, can everyone else roll me a perception check? Maynard's already headed to his bed. He's heading to his bed. He doesn't get to roll, but Aragin and Dash. Can you roll me a perception check? And for Dash, is at disadvantage.
How far away would you need to be to not hear me screaming real loud, though?
Yeah. Oh, I got a 12, which is good.
I rolled a 2.
Got a 2. I think I'm
no, you got an 11,
Dash.
Dash. You got an 11.
AOB is disadvantage.
Yeah, but your second roll.
Okay.
Oh, did you roll twice?
So Dash, Aragin. Aragin, what are you doing, Aragin? You're just going to start sprinting?
Yeah. Obviously, I'm still armored
and what are you going to tell Dash?
That Bannofix is down there screaming his ass off.
Bannofix is in trouble.
Maybe
so
just
Dash
is real slow, so maybe just shoot out the window if we're on the right side of the building.
Also,
yeah, you won't be. Dash,
it's not killing.
You can follow after one round, okay?
Just the tip.
Yeah, I'm not quite
clear. Aragin, you're seeing this watery. Aragin, you're running. Sorry, I'm going to roll another d20.
So,
so he keeps failing a save. He's failed 3 times, and now the sphere is close to the door as Aragin comes running to the door. Aragin, can you roll initiative as well?
Yeah, and I will get round behind him and start telling him that even if he gets out of that sphere, he'll never outrun us.
I was wondering if you were listening to what was happening. Dash, I stayed back in dog form as we left the inn. Noticed a person was following you guys back to your inn. I followed him in dog form, and then when he wasn't looking, put him in a watery sphere and started rolling it towards the inn. So now we've got him captured in a big watery sphere. It's 10 foot away from the inn, but only Aragin has heard me screaming for you guys to come out. You're oblivious, and but now you know because Aragon's running out, so you're just going to be a turn behind. So we're going to try and grapple this fucker, tie him up, ask him some hard questions at the pointy end of a knife.
Can we just open up the door?
Okay, Aragin, so that's what you're doing.
You
You're
left the
basically
important bit
threatening him,
out
right?
where you had this really awkward encounter with him where you failed to shit in dog form.
We didn't need to cover that. He doesn't.
winds
Need,
it.
No,
he
no,
doesn't.
I watched
like,
that, but I was paying attention.
That's the bit you paid attention to. We're just fucking shaking my non-shitting ass.
You can't even like squeeze
like,
one out.
It's a dog.
What do you
that's
reckon
a
your
big-
DC is? Any idea?
What's that? Oh,
It's high, eh? Bannofix.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh.
18 wisdom, so it'll be.
Yeah. So he's still struggling. He's still struggling.
about 15. I
He's
think.
still just struggling in this thing. And there are people from inside the inn.
Okay, maybe drop it now.
Yeah.
Kaylayjah.
Okay, inside the inn, everyone's just shut up, and they're standing behind Aragin. Dash comes following after, and you've surrounded this guy.
Whenever I'm really sure that he's just failed his last strength save, I'm going to drop Watery Sphere and then just leap on him. And I'm going to and Aragon's
And
going
I'm
to leap
gonna-
on him.
Yeah, well, as soon as the spear drops, I'm going to trip attack him with the glaive, and then pile onto him with a grapple.
And I'm going to grapple him as well.
Okay. Well, you know what? Like,
And
he's
we're
badly
gonna
outnumbered.
scream things that we're gonna get, like, let's get this witch and take him to the Duke and
Behind,
things like that.
behind
And I
Dash,
think he's the magic
Maynard
user.
comes as well. So let's
Blasphemy!
drop combat.
Yeah.
Let's drop combat.
We caught him
Yep.
casting a spell.
All of you have piled on top of this guy.
Yep.
And he's just shouting, "Wait, what? Let me go!" What do you want to do?
So we're just gonna to the onlookers and stuff and say, oh, we got this guy. We're gonna take him up to the guards and the Duke, and we are going to gag him, stuff something in his mouth, and just lead him around the corner real quick and find a dark alley.
And I'm going to whisper into his ear, we're going to do some weird shit to you, man. Weird shit.
Okay, and so I missed that. Probably.
Can you imagine how worried you'd be if you just seen someone wild shape?
It's like something out of a Tarantino film, eh? It's like when you're going to meet Zed.
Exactly. Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead. I mean, you would just imagine this dog failing to shit in front of you that suddenly turns into a guy, turns into a watery sphere, and then starts whispering weird shit in your ear. Does he get walked away?
It's like, wait, it's going to get weirder than it already is.
Yeah.
How can it get weirder?
This can't get any weirder.
You should
We-
notch up.
Okay, so
We do have the upper hand right now.
Yeah. The guy at the bar in the Tarathian in the stable is just warning everyone to just stay inside.
Yeah, we'll take this to the guards.
You have, like, it's late now, but you have attracted a bit of attention. But you've got this guy. It's obvious he can't struggle. He's strongish. He's fairly strong, but he's not as strong as Aragin. And there are four of you. He says, "Wait! What? I haven't done anything. What's this all about?"
We'll find that out soon, but just shut up and come with us.
He's gagged
And,
anyway. So he's going.
Yeah, we'll start
Okay,
fast.
so you gag him. Okay, that's fine. You gag him. Now,
Wait, I should just rip out the underpants.
can everyone roll me a D20? No, actually, no, forget that. Okay, so where are you taking him? Because you have attracted a little bit of attention.
I think we take him to
you
our
can take him
wagon.
down a dark alley and
that's what I
beat
was
him up.
thinking.
But the
Yeah.
thing is,
We're
you
gonna
know,
take-
like,
We're going to
We'll
take
take
him
him
to
to
our
our
wagon. Just open the door and shove him in, and then we're all going to get into the wagon.
So we'll
with
take
him.
him around the back and then take him into
okay,
the
so you
stable.
take him to the stable, right? You take him to the stable. That's fine.
I'll paint our fucking
And
wagon.
The stable boy, dozing on the hay in the darkness. He jumps up. You recognize him. He's been looking after your horses for a few days. Jumps up and he goes, "Huh?
I'm going to flick him 2 silver pieces and say, "Fuck off."
He looks at the silver pieces, and he looks at all your Bannofix. Can you roll me an intimidation check?
Damn it,
At
I'm good at that.
disadvantage?
Yep.
Good. Hey! Yeah, I am on form tonight.
Okay.
It's moral levels of child bullying.
Bannofix is on fire.
I get
okay.
advantage on child bullying. Is that what you're saying?
With You see his eyes wide, even in the darkness. You see his eyes. You see his eyes wide. It is pretty dark in here. There is a bit of a snort and a snuffle from the horses. He just nods, and at a bit of a jog, he just leaves.
Cool.
You take this guy to the cart. It is dark in here. What are you doing for light?
Well, I've got torches on me, I think. Oh, I've got a lantern with some oil. So I'm just going.
You're gonna light your lantern.
Yeah.
Okay. You light your lantern.
I could actually. You know what? He knows I'm a spellcaster. Let me just do produce flame.
Okay.
Is Maynard with us? Because we could light cantrip just in front of us, so he can't.
Yeah.
see
Okay.
our
Light
faces.
cantrip. That's fine.
he's
Yeah,
probably
okay. Produce
hearing
flame.
everywhere.
Produce flame in a hay-filled stable is probably a little bit dangerous, but Maynard
Well,
can
we're in a
cast
wagon. I mean.
Yep. Okay. So you get him stuffed in the wagon.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Do we recognize him?
Okay. You don't recognize him.
Okay.
But what you do notice on the palm of his hand is a tattoo. And I have to draw the tattoo.
Yep. It's a butterfly with the shape of BHB on the inside. Is that what we're looking at?
Oh, it's a square with a diagonal. Now, Dash, can you roll me? I reckon this is probably history check at low DC, but it's at disadvantage.
I can give him
a massive +4 on history.
I can give him guidance for this too, right?
Won't help.
Yeah, okay.
Roll a d4.
Roll a d4.
Yep, for guidance.
I don't think it's gonna help. Oh, one.
Well, if it's low DC, if it's only like a
I've
5,
been rolling low all night.
if it's only like a 5 and you get a +4 on top of a 2, you're there.
Okay, that's a fail. Who else might know this?
Maynard? He's heard a lot of stories.
Okay, so anyone else can try, but it's a higher DC. Is that fair?
Yeah, okay. I'll roll disadvantage.
So 15 DC. We need anyone else can try, apart from Maynard. Maynard's okay. Okay.
Aragin?
And Aragin, if you want to try. Okay, he's not here. That's fine.
I rolled a 7.
You rolled a 7.
Unfortunately.
Okay. Okay. You're not sure what this is.
Well, we'll be able to describe it to somebody anyway. I'm going to give him a slap in his face.
Sure.
And then we'll take off his gag and we'll say, don't be screaming or nothing, or shit's going to get even weirder. What's your name? Who are you with?
Okay. He catches his breath. He says, what do you mean?
I'll show him my penis necklace and I'll say, this is from the last guy who lied to us. Okay? Why are you following us?
He kind of squints a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to give it a quick squeeze. I'm going to say,
yes, it's okay. Give a bit of a squeeze.
Yep.
Some blackened juice kind of seeps out.
I'm going to say, why are you following us? And who are you with?
What do you mean? I wasn't following anyone.
Prepare clench.
All right. And I'm just going to lean my pole down and I'm just going to measure and I'm just going to insert a little scribe. And I'm going to go, hold him down, guys.
There's 2 ways this can go. So is that the tattoo in Roll20 that he's got on him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But we don't know what it means. I'm assuming it's either going to be
Northside or something.
Northside or the sheep fuckers, sheepsiders. One of the two.
Does he react when Bannofix describes his gang as the sheep fuckers?
No,
Does he
he's
look
reacting
angry at
more
that?
to the fact that he's being
Pushed
he's
face
being
down onto the
pistoled
ground.
Yeah,
down,
sized up for
face
penetration.
first.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna start fumbling with his belt and just trying to pull it down and say, "You ready to talk? You ready to
What,
talk?
what do you want to know?
Who are you with and why are you following us?" And I'll just
Who do you
keep
work
working his breeches still.
You know
He
we
says, can't
followed
you
you.
tell? Look, you saw my hand.
Explain. We're new to these parts.
We're not from Tarathian.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, like it's this. I'm with the Northsiders, the Northside Gang. He says, we just want to know what's going on.
Well, you guys
That's
have been
all.
working with the Binny Hill Boys recently. And they've been attacking us.
Hey, no way.
Hey,
So who are you going back
We
to
haven't
see?
attacked anyone.
I've got a question for you, man. What happened to Dobbs? Why'd you fuck that guy up?
Who's Dobbs?
From the grass. Your boy Bill Robb gave him a beatdown.
Well, I don't know Dobbs, but yeah, I heard about that. It's nothing to do with me.
That tattoo on your hand says it's everything to do with you. And you better start talking.
I'm just gonna give him a gentle tap on the left buttock with the staff.
So, are you guys grasped then?
You're following us.
We're none of your fucking business.
Are you suggesting somebody said go follow these guys without telling
Yeah.
you who we were?
No, we like my boss heard that that you're new guys in town who got attacked by some pretty scary walking dead bitches and killed them. He just wants to know what's going on.
Wouldn't it have been easier if you just come on over and have a chat with us instead of trying to sneak around and follow us? If we're being attacked by undead evil bitches, doesn't seem like a group of people you'd want to follow around the place middle of the night, right? Now,
What gang are you with?
I didn't say we were with any gang, but what I'm keen to know is what's going on that your boss is so interested in some random outsiders that have set up in town. Like, why do you care?
He just thinks that he thinks he said he wants to find out like which side you're aligned with,
Why would that matter?
whether you're Grasp or Binny Hill Boys. That's all my job was to do. That's all I know. That's all it was to do. And as for this Dobbs guy, like I'm really sorry, some guy got beaten up. Nothing to do with me, man.
Hey, that's a weird question to ask though. Which group we're allied with? Was there any following instructions? Like, if
Just
we were,
keep an eye on you and find out what's going on.
what's your boss's name?
Jeremy.
And where would we find Jeremy?
I can tell him to like contact you.
It might be easier if we leave a trail of blood for him to come find us. What do you think?
As well, you know, like
How far do, I'll ask Dash, how far do entrails?
I'm gonna loot him.
Okay, so you're just gonna.
Okay, so what you find on him, right? He's got a short sword. He's got two daggers.
Thanks.
Does
I'll take
it
it
have
all.
one of the Binny Hill Boy silver hilts?
No, it doesn't.
Just checking.
Like his weapons don't look that special, but like Dash, you can take all this. He's
Yeah.
got thieves' tools, and he's got 12 silvers. That's it.
All right, I'll take it all, and I'll tell him it's been a real business doing pleasure with him.
What was his name again? What was his name?
He said his name is Reg.
Reg. Okay. You should leave him with 1 silver, man. That's rough. Just 1 silver. No? Okay.
So I'm just adding this to the stored bit on your character sheet.
Nice.
So I understand this is awkward for you, but we're going to need to know where your boss is so we can go introduce ourselves all polite like.
We can introduce ourselves.
And I think it would behoove you, given you're in a weird
Look like you've been through a
horse-drawn
lot
cart
machine.
with a bunch of misfits to maybe tell us. There's only a couple of ways you leave here. If you're polite, tell us where we need to go. We might even escort you there ourselves this evening.
We'll take him down to the river.
But if you're not,
He says, okay, yeah, he's I can take you there. You wanted me to take you there right now? No problem. I'll do whatever you want.
God, what was his boss's name again? I didn't write that down.
Jeremy.
Jeremy. Is he slippery in any way? Slick? Is it just Jeremy?
Definitely slippery. Look at him, he's soaked.
Is he slippery?
No.
No, how do you mean?
I just mean, is that his whole name? Is it Jeremy?
Yeah.
No last name?
Jeremy Wood.
Wood?
Yeah.
But of course. All right. So, what do you want to do, guys? You want to
Well,
next?
Dash is exhausted, so I don't know if we should go anywhere.
Yeah.
So we deal with that.
I mean, we don't need to kill this guy right here, right? We can let him go. Yeah? You think?
And
Yeah,
I'm just going to make
he's
sure I haven't got a delivery coming up right now.
Not BHB or anything, so yeah, I don't think we want to kill him.
No. We don't want to kill him.
Yeah, it's just
It'd be
postman.
hard to dispose of the body without someone.
Listen to the Ariel.
Well, we could. I mean, you've got a great axe upstairs. We could hack him up in bits. Put him in a box somewhere.
Wow. Well, this is getting dark. Might be past my bedtime.
Although, all right. I'll tell you what. What would be a great idea? We'd like to meet your boss and have a discussion face to face with Jeremy. Yeah.
He says, yeah, I can take you there right now. I'd have to
A couple of days from now.
I think.
Oh, sure.
I think what would be great. How was Jeremy about showing his face in Heroes Palace?
Oh man, I don't think he'd go for that. That's like grasp territory.
What about the horse markets? Is he good with the horse markets?
Yeah, that's Binny Hill Boys.
Yeah. Is he worried about?
He says, but I can tell you where to find him.
Okay, where's that?
There's a tavern in Garin Wood. It's called the Timber Mill.
All right.
If you ask from there,
I
you tell him.
I think a more neutral ground would be quite useful. What about the markets? Okay. Yeah, lawn markets.
What do you want to talk to this guy for, Jeremy?
Well, he's sending somebody to spy on us to figure out which side we're on. I didn't know there was a good side and a bad side. I'm kind of interested to see why he cares.
I can pass a message on to him.
You can pass a message on to him?
Yeah, or maybe we should tell him to meet us in the lawn market at midday in 2 days or something.
Yeah, that's the go. Meet us in the lawn market 2 days from now, midday. In fact, why don't you meet us at the church that's there, close to the lawn market?
In the church or outside the church or whereabouts?
In the church. In the church. I think that's a nice, safe place for us all to meet, and we might be able to just give him the information he wants rather than sending a boy to come spy on us.
Yeah, I can pass that on. Yeah, no problem.
All right.
You can let him know that we could have killed you, we could have roughed you up, but we're letting you go unharmed.
With all
thanks.
With all 10 fingers and toes.
I'll tell you what. I'll give him his 12 silvers back too from my own purse. But we're gonna have to hang on to the weapons. We'll give them back in 2 days' time when we meet your boss. How's that sound?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Cool. Now fuck off.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I will.
Good.
And he gets up, and as he goes, he just says, "Thank you, and he keeps saying thank you as he like leaves leaves urgently into
No,
the
just as he's walking out, I'll go. Just remember, this is your notch on my stuff. Just just to make sure we drive.
And he nods.
No pun intended. Just driving it home.
He nods, and he's gone.
Cool. This should be a good night's
Okay.
sleep.
Okay.
All right.
So
Fuck off.
you spend a long rest, and it's mid-morning by the time you get to by the time you get your long rest in. So that's good. That got rid of some exhaustion. And we're now on the Friday. Okay, so we've got to the Friday. It's another clear day, reasonably warm. You've got the window open. It's like people have basically got up, had some breakfast. Bannofix has got over his temporary constipation, and there's a flapping from the window.
Flapping.
This large black crow, like its
flapping.
body is about this size and its wingspan is like big.
It's a flapping phone.
It just settles on the window ledge and it's got something in its mouth. And it just like looks around curiously, looks at you all.
I'm gonna walk over to it calmly.
Can I shoot it?
And like,
okay, it let something
leave my hand.
let something grey and light drop into the room.
Yep.
And it jerks its head towards it.
Grey and light. Have a little peer at it without touching it for a second.
It looks like a wrapped up message.
I guess we'll grab it, open it up, have a little read.
Okay. Okay. The message says, "Good morning, friends of Paladimir. I heard you are having trouble with a night hag. I don't like night hags. Also, I'd like to hear about a witch burning in Dunskara. I don't like witch burnings either. If you'd like to tell me how I might be able to help, write on the back of this when you'll be home. Otherwise, don't. G."
When you'll be home. Which home do you think he's talking about?
Okay, he's posted it.
Also,
What are you going to do?
I can talk to the birds, right?
How? Yeah, with a spell? Is that right?
I'm pretty sure.
No, it's just something you can do, eh?
Yeah, it's just something I can do. I can kind of understand the general moves. So I'm actually going to ask this bird, who the fuck is G?
Could the G be your father? No, sorry, I'm Bannofix and
Bannox.
Gregory.
Bannox.
The bird doesn't seem to understand.
Okay, I'm going to say.
Or it doesn't acknowledge that it understands.
All right, I'm going to say. I'm going to ask it. Where's home?
The bird doesn't acknowledge that it's understood.
Okay, it's a dick bird. I'm going to say to it, "You're a dick bird."
So
there's not much action.
we,
It just It
We need
just
to grab
moves its
something and
head
light-
very. It just moves its head slowly to the diagonal.
There we go.
That's all it does.
Right, I'm going to find something to write with, and we'll write a reply on the.
Yep.
Okay, what are you going to write?
What are we going to write?
Well, we need to tell it
We're
because I don't know where home's supposed to be, given who.
So what? Sorry, it's Friday now as well. Did you say? And what date's that?
So we're up to Friday the 28th.
Okay. And when's my armor ready?
In a
Just
few
the armor, I
days.
think. Still a few
Yeah,
days.
it's probably like halfway.
So hopefully maybe just before or just after the ball.
So good morning, friends of Vladimir.
Yep. So I think we should say that we're here for a few more days and then heading north. Because I mean, this guy, I think we should take the risk and tell him if he can find us with Scro. I don't think there's any harm.
Can you
in-
type in what you want to say into Discord?
Yeah, but importantly, he just said, if you'd like to tell me how I might be able to help, right on the back of this, when you'll be home.
Yeah, that's what I'm not
Yeah, when's home?
sure.
Like, where's home? I don't.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if we just say that we're calling this in home for another 4 or 5 days and heading north to
Where
look
was-
for the hag.
I heard you were
They'll
having
find us.
trouble with the night hag. Don't like night hag. Okay. Should we
Maybe.
tell them this?
Maybe he just means home as in we'll be at the inn. So if he actually comes down here, and
Yeah.
so maybe we should tell him to meet us in the stables at midnight or something.
Yeah, tell them we're at Tarathian, the inn that we're at, and
Yep,
we'd
yeah.
like to meet him. What, in 2 days'
Hello,
time?
friend. Yeah, all right. So
Yeah.
Okay, can someone type that into? Yeah, sorry,
he's doing it.
I'm just being pedantic, but yeah.
Yeah, he's doing it now.
Okay. So you type that, and then what are you going to do with it?
Wrap it back up in the grey parcel.
Right.
And hand it to the bird.
Okay. The bird takes it in its beak, and with a whole lot of flapping, it takes off and it shoots upwards.
I'm gonna say, fuck off.
Okay. And then what are you going to do?
I've got my nice.
what color?
You're going to go and buy
manage...
paint, right?
Yeah, what color? Oh, we haven't even.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Magenta.
you head out looking for paint.
Oh,
Who's going to do me? And you've got tons of time. Who wants to do me an investigation check?
I'm
Probably
not...
Aragin, right? Because Aragon's got no exhaustion.
That's right. I'm still on level 1.
What's that place called? The Tarathian Inn and Stables or something?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it is. Or is it just the Tarathian Inn? I should have my that.
No, you said in the stables before when you were referring to the one.
Yeah,
place
yeah.
with the
Well,
stable
yeah,
horses.
it's obvious where that is.
It's funny because everybody knows we're here, but we're just staying here, even after we half burnt the place down.
The Tarathian Inn and Stable is the proper name, yeah. Okay. So can someone roll me an investigation check?
That'll be Aragin. She's finished writing the note.
Yep. Just trying to work out, do we sign it with our initials? And did they make some kind of funny acronym? Can we spell EFAT? Can we spell EFAT?
Yeah, unfortunately,
What
I'm a
have
B.
we
That. You've got A, B,
I
D.
did my part, man. I did the A.
A, B, D, M.
All right, next characters have to start
Bad
with those 4.
M.
We're just
There you
trying to
go.
slowly work on Luke. See if we can convince him to
No, you've got it.
pick one
It's
of the
like
letters.
it's BADM.
Badum.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Bad mother.
Yeah, bad motherfucker. Let's do it. Badum.
Okay, yeah. Can you roll me an investigation check? I don't know how. Oh yeah, 20, 15. Yeah, nice. Okay, so you find it takes pretty much all day, but you manage to get a trip into the castle, and you find the apothecary, which is where you can buy some paint. You can buy all the paint you want within reason.
Are we comfortable with the
Green.
color magenta? Or you want green?
Is that going to be that different from the black? How dark is the magenta? Wait.
You can buy like pink if you want pink. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, we don't want
It's
that.
not. It's not magenta.
No, it's called magenta, but basically it's pink.
It's fucking not pink. It's magenta.
Pinkish.
Right.
Yeah, actually,
Purplish
it
fruit
might be a
colour.
little.
So
too...
you got your pink and yellow carrot. Uh-huh.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
we'll be
Do you want some orange
be-
for the flowers?
I reckon green.
Okay, so
What's
I'm gonna go
something
green,
that
are we?
maybe is there a green and brown we can paint it so it kind of
Yeah, you can
mingles in
find
with
green.
the
and brown.
You want to
Should we
make
paint
it camo?
camo?
Just
Let's
make it
make it
camo.
camo.
Can we get
Can
some
we red
khaki
camo?
color? Is
Yeah.
that like?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, we're gonna camo the wagon.
You're gonna go green and brown.
We need some green, brown, and maybe a little black.
Yes, we need. Importantly, we need.
Well, there's already black,
We
right?
need
Okay,
pickle
yeah,
green and seaweed green, and then we need the dark brown color, and that'll mix in. A
Yeah, you can mix these colors together. You know, it's like
little bit of chartreuse in
Yeah.
there. Get some of that.
yeah. I'm looking forward to this, but you haven't actually so far. You haven't actually done that much painting. So okay, so you've got your colors.
It's all theory at this
you-
point.
Let's see if the AI can come up with a picture of it.
Yes, please. A camouflage wagon, whatever you got.
Carriage.
Carriage. That would be it. Army camo carriage from the 1980s.
I tried to look up a picture and like this is all I'm getting so far.
Okay, so when you get back to your when you get back to the Tarathian in the stables after getting your paint and visiting the castle, it's by now it's evening. So and the reception guy, not the guy who threw the piss at Dash, but the reception guy at the inn is oh, excuse me, Mr. Aragin. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't know your name actually. I might need to retract that. He says, there's a message for you here, and he hands you a note.
All right, I will. Is there any seal or anything on it?
No, it's
No,
just
okay.
folded up, and it says, and it just says, I'll type it out. Let's keep it. So, meeting, BHP meeting Tuesday night at BHB. Sorry, at Binny Hill Bar.
We better keep track of this. When did we tell the northern guys to meet us? Lawn market.
2 days time.
Garrick's gang will be there, but possibly armed. They were also there last night, but didn't find out early enough. So sorry, it is sealed. This message is sealed, and that's all there is.
Who's Garrett's gang?
Oh, that's awesome.
Badass.
Was that AI?
Yeah,
Obviously.
that one's come out of Copilot.
Yeah,
See,
nice.
I couldn't find Jack.
We use that at work actually. Copilot.
Yeah, I was
Okay,
today.
so yeah,
It's
that's
still not very good.
that's
It still can't figure out the whole.
We'll have to keep that one.
If it takes 3 hours to dry 3 t-shirts, how long does it take to dry 4 t-shirts? Still fucks that question.
Well,
It says it takes 4 hours to dry 4 t-shirts, does it? Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah.
Or does it say it takes 3 hours to dry 4 t-shirts and 3 hours to also dry 5?
Well, it should say that,
It should, yeah, because it
but it
shouldn't take
doesn't.
any longer.
It works
Oh,
out the
yeah.
maths of 3 t-shirts
1 to
taking
1.
the
Yeah,
price of
an
a
hour
tire
each.
4 hours, and therefore, yeah. That's cool, by the way. Although we didn't suggest painting the horse camouflage, but I'm thinking that might be a good idea. So we can paint the 2 horses camouflage as well.
Although,
Anyway.
if you wanted to, like, ditch the wagon and blend in, you'd be sitting there on a camouflage painted horse and be balls obvious.
Well, I'm actually thinking we can get the horses ghillie suits. I think that might be the easy way to operate.
I also did find this. Maybe we should build this and just get them to tow us around on like a mobile siege platform.
That'd be great.
It's full of loot.
Yeah, we can just rock on up. Like, I don't see. That's the thing. 2 horses to pull that? Just the 2? It's like a boat. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Look.
Okay, so on the 28th, you presumably you're
paint
going to
the
spend the
wagon.
day. You're going to spend the day painting the wagon.
Yep, we'll pop into
Right.
the. Obviously, we'll pop into the armor and pick up the horse that you arranged on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you pop into the armor.
Late
Okay.
afternoon.
I think once we do
And,
the connection with these guys to figure out, get my horse and figure out what happened, we might have to wrap it up because it sounds like the next interactions are going to be pretty intense. We might need Luke there as well for this, so might be a good time to finish up. I don't know what you guys thought.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fading now.
It's getting late.
Okay. So Mark explains that he apologizes. He hasn't got a horse yet. But he says I'm afraid we've got a problem.
Yeah, you don't have my horse. It feels like a bit of a problem.
Yeah, we've got another problem as well.
Does it involve the cold?
Did you gamble it?
No.
All right.
He says, Jim, we kind of split up. Jim was asking about the Binny Hill Boys attack in the horse market. Someone like we found someone who did like see their face. It's hard to get anyone to talk, but the problem is after that I heard that people are looking for Jim. Jim is hiding. His house got trashed, so Jim and his wife are hiding just now.
Wow.
We need to get them out of the city.
Why aren't they looking for you? Don't they? They know your partners, right?
Yeah, you should.
Well, I work for Jim officially, right? But the thing is, no one's paid me any attention so far. I think it probably was because Jim, like, basically, this is how it worked. Jim was talking to this guy who had, and I don't know who it was. You'd have to talk to Jim. But Jim was talking to this guy who recognized, like, he saw the face of one of these guys. Saw this guy put the mask on. So Jim knows someone who's seen one of these 6 guys. But then, right, the evening, people are looking for Jim. Okay. The Lord Inquisitor was asking after Jim. Jim's house got smashed up. Jim's hiding.
Do you know where?
Well, yeah, I know where.
Do you feel comfortable with telling us?
Well, yeah, my house.
That'll be the next place they look, though, won't
Right now, I'm just like playing along with this. Like I was at the horse market, but like no one's been. I was asking after horses, right? Jim was asking after the
Right.
other issue,
they? Okay. And
and he just looks really nervous.
I
He says,
think
I've got the money. I've got the money here, by the way.
I'll grab that for you. I think you better stay on your watch. Tell us where your house is. We'll go there, and we'll make sure we can look after Jim.
Yeah, but I've also got a shop to work. Otherwise, there are questions, right?
You keep showing up to work. We'll go to your house. Make sure Jim's protected.
As well, yeah, it's a little, yeah. My house is like, you know, fish ponds. It's out that way, but like I've got a really small house. They can't stay there for long.
Understood. I think we disguise Jim and get him out, get him staying where we are. Keep an eye on him, but we just need to.
You want me to take you there now?
That might be the go. But
Okay. The
would it
problem
look
is,
would it look a little obvious if we're all trooping on down to your house?
Yeah, well, I think it will.
Is there a place where we can meet you close by, where you can kind of signal us where your house is, and we can trot on down?
I'd have to meet you like the Watchman or something tonight.
Oh, that might be a bit long. Would it be easier if I pop on down to your house as a wee dog?
That's a good idea.
You take your dog home. You know, just put me inside. I promise not to shit on anything.
Don't worry, he doesn't follow through.
Sometimes I'm not able to complete the task at hand.
Hey, he kind of says, "You know best."
All right, I'm gonna go spend the time with Jim.
So you're gonna go. So Bannofix is gonna go off and find out where Jim is, right?
With Mark, like Mark's just gonna take a dog with him, and I'm gonna find out where Jim is, and then and then I can come back as a dog, and then we can figure out how to extract him. But really, most importantly, I need to find out what he knows.
Okay. So basically, you're gonna wild shape, go to the house.
Yep.
Yep, and then you're gonna wild shape, come back.
Yes, but after I've spoken to him.
Okay.
We could arrive to arrange to just like ride the carriage past at a certain time, and he's just got to come sprinting in and dive in.
Actually,
so Bannofix,
you know what? I might get you to do that. I might get you to go back to the inn and to drive your carriage around close by where the ponds are. Just explain to me the route that you're going. And
okay,
then...
but Mark says, yeah, but the thing is, right? There are loads of people around everywhere, right?
Yeah,
you
but
can't do something like that secretly.
But our carriage is camouflaged. Okay, you're right.
I think we're inside.
Maybe we can do it at night.
I don't think we've actually done the painting yet.
No, we haven't. It's still black with a little bit of ochre on the side. But it is black, which means we could probably do it at night. We could trundle the carriage past tonight. So I could go there, stay for the day. When it starts getting dark,
after dark,
you trundle the carriage past.
As soon as you hear it, he just runs and dives in.
Yep, that's right. That's how we'll play it.
Okay.
Okay. So all you have to do is describe to these guys roughly where you are.
Mm-hmm.
Then these guys will trundle around. So long as they can tell us where they're going, we'll know how far away from the house we need to be, and we can get there and be ready to jump in.
Okay. So Bannofix, you follow with Mark back to his house at Fish Ponds.
Right.
Okay.
When I get there, I'm going to take a shit on his doorstep.
You find out. Yeah.
Fail again.
and then like wide-eyed, he sees you transform back from a dog to Bannofix.
Yep.
So hang on, let's do wild shape mastiff. Like I really need greyhound in this. And then you wild shape back at Mark's house, which is, it's just basically a small hut in Fish Pond. Okay.
Yep.
Now, when I say small hut, no, it's a large hut with 2 rooms. But it's basically a hut. And it's slightly out of the town. There are still plenty of people around. As you go in, one of the neighbors, this woman who's probably about 40, is, "Oh, hi, Mark. Is that your dog?" And he says, No. I'm just looking after her for a bit.
I'm just gonna run up to the lady and just like fucking, be all cute and shit. And
Okay.
head on back.
Oh, she says, "Oh, it's lovely. I'd keep him."
Then I'm just gonna take that big shit I promised to take. Just fucking squeeze it.
As soon as her back's turned,
yeah,
there's a big shitload of
on
stuff.
her side of the street.
Now Jim and his wife and 2 young children are in the back room, and the children are all a bit scared.
Oh God, we're
They're even more scared when this dog transforms into a shepherd.
Yeah, I'll lean down and go, "Don't worry, children, we fine."
Squeeze your
it's fine. It's fine. I will say to Jim, "What happened, man? Like, who did the person you spoke to see?"
Yeah. Well, I've got no news. They didn't like. So I talked to a candlemaker. His name's Bob.
Bob the Candlemaker.
Right? Bob the Candlemaker. Bob the Candlemaker said, yeah, he saw like basically he saw some of what happened. Okay, so these guys with the masks, they were just hanging around. They were hanging around, looking a little bit suspicious, and they had a kind of like quiet talk. They were scoping out these 2 BHP guys, and then they kind of like went to the side of the market, behind a stall. It's right next to this guy Bob's stall. They put their masks on, and then they come charging out, screaming, shouting all kinds of stuff about grasp, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, Bob got a sight of them, but he says he's never seen them before.
Never seen them before. Do you think Bob knows much about the grasp? Like, would he be able to recognize a few of the grasp members on site or BHB on site?
Yeah, maybe not. Like,
could you describe them?
Well, yeah, he got a description, but it doesn't sound very useful.
Yeah.
It's like, one guy had brown hair and had a scar down his face, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a blonde guy with a goatee.
Now,
I mean,
is it possible? So, and then your house was rummaged through and yada yada yada, right? Somebody came after you.
So what happened, right? Like a few hours after that, okay, basically I was going around talking to people, okay, and then like I was going around talking to people, asking people about this stuff, and when I got back to the barracks, there was a message for me to go and talk to the Lord Inquisitor, and then I heard from Mark that my house had been trashed, Right, there was no one home. There's no one home when that happened.
Right.
And then Mark said, like, because I knew where these were, these ones. He's pointing to his family. Mark said, go and get them, take them to my house.
Okay.
So I did that, and then Mark went and checked my house. Yeah, it's been trashed. And so there were soldiers looking for me. But okay, maybe that's just like fine, because basically I didn't go back to my shift. But also apparently Binny Hill Boys looking for me.
So I'll pull him aside from his family just a little bit, and I'll say, what do you know about the Inquisitor? Why do you think he was asking to see you?
Well, I don't know. Just because I wasn't, like, maybe found out I wasn't in the alleys when I was meant to be, something like that.
That doesn't. I'm assuming you don't report directly to the Inquisitor. I'm assuming you've got a.
Captain. Yeah.
A captain who. Okay, so would it be out of the ordinary for the Inquisitor to speak to you directly about not being on your shift?
Yeah, so yeah, it is a bit. Yeah.
Okay. So
it's not really something the Lord Inquisitor would deal with.
I think what we're going to have to do, and I'll explain the plan about getting the family out. We're going to have to bring them back to our inn, keep somebody on watch there. But I think what we're going to need to do is have a chat to the Inquisitor, explain some of the stuff that we've been doing to try and figure out what's happening, and say that we've stashed Jim at Hero's Palace. And just see what happens next.
You want us to go and stay at Hero's Palace?
No. I want you to come stay with us at the Tarathian in the stable. We're going to go tell the Inquisitor that we've stashed you at the Hero's Palace. I'm going to see what happens.
Okay.
That's the plan, I reckon.
Okay.
So let's.
Gives us something to talk to him about when we see him at the ball.
Yeah, that'll be exciting. So we'll keep you a low profile at the end. I think we're going to have to pay that innkeeper a bit of money. Keep things quiet.
Yeah, we'll put you guys up in a room and make sure he delivers food to you and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I'm
We'll
going
bribe him
to
a
drop
bit to
off.
keep him quiet.
I'm going to drop off because I'm fading.
We'll have to wrap it up there anyway, I think, if you're going to drop off. So let me just hit the stop record button. And